Hello, hello. Oh, hold on. Okay, hello, hello, test, test. Ah, there you go. Why have you stream right as I need to go to bed? Well, I stream at random times during the day when the sun and moon align in the correct way and I feel like it. So that's what happened to happen at this time of the day. I'm probably gonna be streaming more often anyway, so don't worry. If you miss this one, you're probably gonna miss the next one and the next one, but the one after that for sure will be in a time where you are not almost about to go to bed. But yeah, how's everybody doing? I hope you're all doing well. I'm doing quite good. That's why I've decided to stream so early for me. Well, my early is not what I what other people might consider as early. 2 p.m. is early for me. But yeah, Monster Garten. It is 3 a.m. What? Well, it's not my fault it's 3 a.m. Why aren't you on my side of the planet? Simple as that. But yeah, welcome. Welcome, everybody. Hello, been a while since I've catched this live. Yeah, see? Thing is, if I stream at random times, eventually it's gonna hit everybody's time zone. If I stream at a consistent time, then it's gonna miss the same time zone over and over again. And that would be a shame, too. But yeah. I have some great news before we get started on the drawing of the day. I bought a new chair because my old one fucking disintegrated under the weight of my ass, apparently. Um it was like a sort of I needed a chair because I was sitting in a plastic chair. So I bought that chair like on a whim, and it was like a leather sort of chair because I didn't think about it. The reason I didn't think about it was it was sort of late. It was like December at the time, which means it wasn't that hot. So when I sat in the chair in the store, I was like, yeah, okay, this chair is good. I forgot to think that this is fucking Thailand. So as soon as I got it home and, the temperature changed throughout the year, I realized um what horrible mistake I make when my back kept sticking to the back of the fucking leather chair. It was fake leather, I guess. I don't think it was real leather, obviously, for the price, definitely. I just bought any chair that sort of was comfortable. But yeah, I was glued to that fucking thing every time I sat down to it. It was awful. And eventually, the back of it, while I leaned back against it, the back just broke and folded backwards. I nearly fell out of the fucking thing. And it just stayed like that for like a year or so, or maybe 2 years. I've had that chair for a really long time. And I just kept it like that because I haven't had a reason to buy a new chair. But recently, I've decided, you know what? I'm buying a new chair. And that's what I did. And I decided, genius, this is big brain, by the way. I decided to get a chair that has the back of it have like holes in it, like the texture that has like it's like sort of see-throughy kind of thing. I got one of those. Not expensive either, but it sure as shit is better than the other one because I can put a fan behind me and it actually blows air onto my back. Yes, a mesh. There you go. You got a lawn chair? No, it's not a lawn chair. It's like a proper chair. Uh, but yeah, it's way more comfortable than the old one. It is so much more comfortable than the old one. Stranger Thick confirmed. No, no, don't run with that. Like school chairs? No, it's I don't know how to describe it. I'm not a chair scientist. I don't know the terminology of chairs. It's just a chair. That's Yeah, that's it. But yeah, anyway, enough of my own news. Oh, wait. Sorry. Getting delayed even longer because I forgot to pull up the chat on my phone. Let me do that for a second, then I'll tell you about what we're doing today. Which might be. I forgot to pull up the chat on my. It's probably pretty self-explanatory by the title, but I'm still gonna say it because some people don't like reading, including me, so no judging. Did I join too late? No, you joined early. It just started. I haven't even talked about what we're gonna do today yet. But yeah, as you can see on the screen right now, what we have is the average Verusian soldier design, and that's exactly what we're gonna work on today. We're gonna continue working on this guy and try to render him out a little more nicely, because I put down rough colors, but nothing is really rendered. Like the metal, for example, I did like a really nice render of the helmet, but this is going back. I deleted, or didn't delete it, I hid that layer and started over so everything would be rendered at the same time, so I still need to render all of the metal to make it look nice. Probably going to pull up some references as well, because I really want to get that feel of, like, formed metal with, like, nice rust and texture to it. So we'll see what I can do with that. And also still need the pattern on the pants as well, because they're inspired by tie pants, which means I need to add that pattern. Or any type of pattern on it. Besides that, just making it a little more clear might be good, because if you see, it's not the most clean design, or sharp. Let's say sharp, yeah. It's not the most sharp. Like, it's quite blurry. So maybe we can work on that as well. And one thing I don't like is the pouch in front. I really want to try and change these pouches to make them more, I don't know, interesting. They're pouches, yeah, but I don't know how to feel about the pouches. We might need to play around with those. Yeah. Oh, also, I watched some videos about Firearms, and it's that channel Forgotten Firearms, if anybody knows about that channel. And got some great new ideas for what kind of guns could be a part of the setting. I feel like it would be, or at the moment, the setting is an absolute mess when it comes to, like, gun variety and stuff like that. I don't want to be like, oh, we have flintlocks and that's it. No, the war's been going so long that there's, like, so much innovation that has spanned the length of the war. And because guns kept getting reused, because it's better than making a new gun is getting one from the trenches. If it's good enough, give it to a soldier and have them sent out into the war. A lot of old guns and new guns sort of get mixed together. So you see a complete mess of, there is revolving flintlocks, normal flintlocks, there is breech-loaded flintlocks or breech-loaded wheel locks, or just random shit. But I just saw, there's, I just saw from the channel that, there was apparently a cartridge-loaded flintlock. Or it wasn't really a cartridge, but it had, like, a little, okay, let me draw this up. So, and I find this is very interesting, by the way. It had, oh, I can't draw. Why can't I draw? It's not letting me draw. Huh? Ah, there you go. Oh. Okay. So, from what I remember, it had a breech block like this, right? And then it had, this isn't a good angle to show it. So it had a breech block like this. Then this is on top of the gun, by the way. So picture the gun being here. Then it had a hole here in front, and a little spring here on the side to, like, get this out of the way. And then the pan was here, and the hammer was here somewhere. But I'm not going to draw the hammer because it's going to block the view of it. And so, instead of loading it like a normal musket through the front of the barrel, you you have these little cartridges that are pretty much like a little piece of a barrel that you load ahead of time. So it's basically like an ammo case. So you have this, you load it the same way you'd load a musket. So you put in the powder, then the wadding, then the round, and then you keep a bunch of these if you can. Oh, and the hole for the ignition like gunpowder to connect is like on the side of the cartridge here. So you keep a bunch of these in your pocket or pouch like preloaded, and then when you need to reload your gun, the only thing you would do is get one of them, put them in the hole here in front, close down the breech block, right, to hold it in place, then use your powder horn to put powder in the little pan, in the flash pan, and then cock back the hammer and fire it. And when you reload it, you just open the breech, take out the cartridge. I don't know if they're reusable. If it was like a proper fit, I feel like they'd probably not deform too much, and you can like get it out and like reload that again, reuse it. But you get a new one and put it in and fucking do that whole thing again. The one with the one with the crank on the back. Crank on the back. I'm still. The thing is, I still want to look a lot into firearms in general, just to like learn as much as possible about them because I really want to play around with that stuff. Um, Maybe World War I style have a strip clips. Yo, you could. That's the thing. Like we can play around with this so much. Like we could just keep going with this shit. You could totally like just for fun have a fucking gun that's like you said a strip clip of um musket loaded barrels like this with the hole in the side, and then just have that protruding out of the gun with the flash pan on the side. So you'd still have to fill the flash pan every time, but at least you don't have to reload the gun multiple times. So you could put a clip of them in, reload the flash pan, and then just keep shoving the block down. Or if you want to go even crazier, I guess you could have multiple flash pans on the clip. But I don't know how you would do that because if they're too close together, the flash pans are going to get in each other's ways. Unless if there's enough space and you make the hammer thin enough, maybe you can alternate the side of the no, because then no, you can't do that. I was gonna say you could alternate the pans like this, and then have two hammers, so there's enough space for each of them to swing down. But then how the fuck do you hold the clip in place and have the gun not fall apart? Strip clip musket actually exists. Oh, there you go. I'll have to watch a video about that. Yeah. But the thing that I want to keep consistent is that we have to stick by the rules of making it a flintlock or a wheel lock, which means like tamping in gunpowder and shit like that yourself. No cartridges, because as soon as cartridges get involved, it gets boring because it's too easy. Like you just hit it in the back and then it fires. Nah, we need a pan. We need a thing hitting it or a thing grinding against it to cause sparks. That's important. It's basically like it was if humans kept innovating on guns but never figured it out or never figured out the cartridge thing, and they just went off in the direction of like we can't improve the flintlock thing, so let's just improve everything around it and fuck around with it until we find different methods of doing it. You know? So the gun that he's holding, I don't think it's that clear, which I'll definitely have to do a better job of as well. But it is just a revolving flintlock. I didn't want to like try and invent a new type of gun or use one of the complicated ones for this one, just because it's a normal soldier. So most common type would probably be a revolving flintlock. It has 4 rounds. So it is basically just a cylinder of 4 barrels next to each other, like this, with a pan for each of them. So it also has 4 pans that are all pre-loaded with gunpowder. And so you only have to turn the barrel, cock the hammer back. You can shoot 4 times really quickly, and then you'll have to take a long time reloading it like a musket 4 times in a row. I mean, you don't have to reload all 4. You could reload one of them and use it as a normal musket after you fired it 4 times. But I was also thinking that future versions or like more complex versions of these, there'd be a less amount of them probably, but perhaps there are versions of these where you can remove the cylinder and replace it with another cylinder. So you can have multiple preloaded cylinders. It would be heavy, but it would be better than having to load each cylinder at once. So you could like preload, like let's say I don't know, 4 times 5 and just say 20. You have 20 rounds preloaded that you can get off pretty quickly. Or we could combine the preloaded cartridge of this like breech loaded musket with the idea of the revolving flintlock and have it be no, because then, well, I mean, it would speed up the process a little bit. Just have it like a revolver where it flicks outwards from the gun, so you expose the back of the barrels, being able to breech load separate cartridges into it, but then you'd have to fill up so it would still be long, but it would probably speed up the process of loading compared to having to normal, front load the musket 4 times. Because then you put in the cartridge, then you fill in the flash pans of all 4, and then you flip it back in, and then you can fire. Have you thought of black powder revolvers? What are those? Black powder revolvers? Are those just like, what do they use as ammo? I saw on Forgotten Weapons a wheel lock gun that had reusable metal cartridges that were pre-packed with ball and powder that still use flash in the pan. Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about here. I think we did watch the same video. It had this breech block in the back that closed off the chamber, so you had to flip that up and then, like, wiggle the cartridge out of the hole in the front. Pickle gun? You mean puckle gun? Or, yeah, a puckle gun would be really cool too. One of the I was thinking about having a puckle gun on a armored carriage. One of the armored carriages that I drew once. I haven't used it in a video anywhere. I'll definitely have to put it somewhere. I drew an armored carriage that was supposed to have a turret at the top that had a puckle gun in it. So it was like a sort of tank turret-y thing where you still had to have the... I think it was light enough. If you used ball bearings, you could probably like turn it quite... It'd be heavy, but you could probably turn it manually without having to do like the crank on a tank turret. But it was like a tank turret with a puckle gun sticking out of the front. Want to be dangerous for chain fires? Well, the thing is, yes, it would be dangerous for chain fires. But we're sort of, obviously it's a fantasy world, so we can go by the excuse of, in this world it doesn't happen. I feel like, yeah, it would still totally happen, but that wouldn't like make it so they stop using those guns entirely. What I think is you could literally just, like with this one, I was gonna draw it in, just have an additional piece of metal in the front that blocks off each of the barrels. So at least if it does so it has less of a chance of chain firing, and if it does, hopefully the piece of metal protects your hand a little bit from getting blown off. You know? So we can still just innovate on the design to try and prevent those things and just say that it's less of a problem in the world, but sometimes it could still happen, and that could be like a story a soldier tells, has some fingers missing, you know? one of those damn muskets blew up on me. Lost all my damn fingers on my left hand. Wouldn't it just explode from the pressure? Yes, things fail. Like, at a certain point, we just have to say, fuck it, and I still want to use the design without just being boring. Because if we keep going through all the possible ways of things being able to fail, then we just don't draw it. And then we just have a boring world with boring World War I guns without anything interesting about them, or fucking just muskets. And I don't want that. So let me have my fantasy. Let me have my fantasy. God damn it. It's not like they'll fucking chain fire every second shot. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta, like, the thing is, I've gone down that rabbit hole so many times of being like, well, that doesn't make sense. You know, this thing could happen. Oh, they wouldn't do it like that. And then I don't do it because it didn't make sense, or there was a flaw with it, and I removed it. And then you know what ended up happening? I turned up with the most boring, uninspired, dead designs possible, which is just sad. You know? So sometimes you just gotta be like, fuck it, it just works. Okay? In this world, it works. It's fantasy. Who cares? Armor won't do much against bullets. Well, it depends on what kind of bullet you're talking. We're still in the musket era, which or the you know, there was like a whole arms race between early guns and armor, where armor kept getting thicker to defend against increasingly stronger weapons. Because guns, like early on when guns were invented, they weren't like super fucking good. They weren't like punching through literally everything. They were still able to be deflected by plate armor to a certain degree, but as muskets got a little stronger, or like guns got a little stronger, they had to compensate by making armor thicker, because armor, it was still good at sort of protecting against it, but because it got heavier, you had to remove bits of it. So they would stop protecting the arms and legs, and they would just leave a chest plate and like a bit of the skirt, and just make that a lot thicker. And that's the perfect sort of period we're stuck in right now, is that soldiers still wear armor they still wear a chest plate and a helmet, but it's really thick and it's sort of reliable at protecting against bullets. You know? So it's like good enough, but both are like sort of on the cusp of not being good. Round ball? I was thinking mostly balls, probably. Though like different shapes would be fun, you know? Like if you have to melt the bullets or form the bullets yourself, you could definitely play around with the shape, have it be longer. Maybe a finger bullet, put a fingernail on it and stuff. That'd be funny. But yeah, ball. Maybe we could also do fucking square bullets if somebody's mad enough, like the pucker gun. Just make a square bullet as well, but that would obviously need a square gun. Yeah, they could be ovals too. Yeah. What you have to take into account with world building is that in the real world, people use, wear, and do things that don't make sense all the time. True, that's sort of what got me out of that hole of designing the most boring fucking things possible, is that sometimes they just do it Because why not? Or they don't have a reason to stop. Or it just doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, some sort of like personalized messages on the bullets is definitely fun. Um, like for old, those ancient like slingshot rounds, lead slingshot rounds that had messages on them. Hello, Kursk. A Bardiche musket. And then I'll have to search up what a Bardiche is. I know the name, but it doesn't come up as an image on my head. In my head. Bardiche. Oh yeah, I could totally put a Bardiche at the end of a rifle. Yeah, we can do a Bardiche. I think I'll have to unexaggerate the blade to a certain degree because the blade sort of curves over the middle of the handle, which means it would block the barrel, so I sort of just have to cut that part off. But besides that, it would just be like a big axe blade, pretty much. Big axe blade or like a big machete looking thing. But yeah, sorry, I've gone off on a complete tangent about fucking talking about the guns. What we should be doing is working on the soldier dude. So let me do this. I need to add the pattern to his pants. So let's play around with this. I'm gonna draw a few squares, and because the pants is sectioned into individual squares, we're gonna figure out what the pattern of one square is, and then tile it onto the pants. So the normal one I've been doing on each pants when I draw these pants, the normal one that I've been doing is this, then I curve it in like this, and then the little line for a leaf, and then I just put that into each of the squares. Another one that I do that's a little more complicated, but it just iterates on this design, is doing the flower. Let me do this real quick just to get it. And then between each of the tiles, do a border like this, and then have the next tile. So that could also be fun. But I want to do something different, because these are the two I've defaulted to every time. So maybe we can look for another one. Simon, what are you gonna make more? When are you gonna make more dwarves? I want to buy one. Well, the first batch is gonna ship like literally in a few days, right? And it's gonna take like a month before everybody gets theirs, because obviously, it's gonna take a while. But the thing is, I want feedback from the first batch of dwarves first before doing anything else. I don't want to send out a second batch of the same thing. Preferably, I want to improve upon my products as much as I can. So, sadly, that means it takes longer, but I think it's worth it, I prefer to make something better every time rather than just leaving it the way it is. Which means, I mean, we already have done some improvements on the dwarf since the first have shipped, or since, we produced the first ones. Nothing major, but the lid of the ones that we just sold are solid, or like the corkscrew at the bottom of the lid. Why am I? Let me draw it. I keep forgetting that I'm a fucking artist. So the lid is this shape, right? The lid is like a mushroom shape. Like this. And it has like a corkscrew, like a very, very light corkscrew at the bottom. That fits into the body. Like this. And this is solid. This is like a solid fucking corkscrew. And what we did with, or what we're going to do with newer versions, is we're going to cut a hole out of the bottom like this and just recess it in. like that. So the lid has a hole in the bottom and it's a little thinner. Or there's yeah, that's it. Just do a recess like this. Reason being, first of all, it cuts down on material. Not much, but if we are selling, for example, like the second round, we're for sure gonna do pre-orders. By the way, we're definitely gonna do pre-orders. So that means for a limited amount of time, as many orders as we get, that's as many as we're gonna make. So I'm gunning for, well, seeing how quickly 500 were sold, I am hoping for more than 2,000 of them, which is a big hope, obviously, but I think we can do it. I think we can do it. But if you think about removing a little bit of material spanning 2,000 figures, it's a fair amount, you know. And also, apparently, it helps with shrinkage. The one I have with me. I have one with me, by the way. I'm holding a dwarf right now with some D&D dice in it. But the head wiggles a little bit, which I don't care about because I like the sound of it. And it's not like, oh, it's fucking incredibly loose. No, it just has a little bit of a wiggle to it, which I don't mind. This might remove that, but eh. How would the next batch of dwarves cost? It will cost the same. I'm not gonna increase the price. That's the thing. Like, I'm hoping to improve anything as much as possible without changing the price. You know, so I'm not gonna make them more expensive. We're hoping to make the shipping costs cheaper, even. So the plan is, and you can tell me if this is a good idea or not. I feel like I'll have to have a concise way of explaining this so it makes sense to people. The idea was with the second batch, with the pre-orders, we're gonna have pre-orders cost $5, or we're gonna make it so you can put in $5 as a pre-order, if that makes sense. Because, and by the way, that $5 is gonna go to the cost of you buying the dwarf. You can refund it in anything, so it's not like you're risking $5 or something. No, it's just you put in $5 ahead of time because we want to take that data of everybody pre-ordering the dwarf for the $5 to know how many to ship where, so we can use that to talk to the fulfillment agency or the fulfillment company that does the shipping, so we know, so we can ship batches, we can ship in bulk, which would make the shipping cost of the finished dwarf cheaper. So if we know exactly where they're shipping, how many are shipping before you pay for them, then it makes the shipping cost cheaper. Does that make sense? I explained that really badly, probably. You know? So you're not losing the $5. The $5 are going towards you buying the dwarf, and then you can still change your mind if you like. Obviously, if you see the price of the dwarf and the shipping cost is still too much, you could still just fucking unpre-order it. But yeah, like that's the plan we sort of had, which might improve the shipping cost quite a lot. And also, obviously, because there's going to be a hole in the head of the dwarf now, it's not going to increase or decrease the weight that much, but I think it's going to be enough to like sort of affect the shipping cost as well, because the issue is the shipping cost is sadly so pricey because the things are fucking heavy. I mean, how much is this? This is like half a kilo, I think. It's like a pound for a dwarf because they're made out of polystone, you know? So they're quite hefty and they're not small either. So it adds up. And I don't want to make them out of anything else, you know? Like I had a choice of making them out of vinyl or PLA or something like that, but I don't know. I like the weight. I like the weight a lot. I feel like that's like quite an important part of the figure, is that it weighs a fair bit. You know, how much do the dwarves cost? The dwarves cost $50, and that's going to stay. They're still going to cost $50 in the second batch as well. Do that. You should probably put this information in a video so people know. Yeah. So obviously, I'm gonna have videos mentioning like in future videos I'm going to mention when the pre-order is going to happen, how they're going to work and stuff like that, and hopefully find a way to like um explain it properly so it makes sense uh because I know what it's for. It makes sense to me and I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I feel like it sounds kind of off, you know, being like, "Oh yeah, give us $5 first so we can get the data of where to send it," which if I explain it fine enough, then I think it's going to sound fine. But for some reason, I feel like some people might be put off by that idea, you know, so I really want to figure out a way to like properly explain why we want to do it that way for the sake of, you know, improving shipping costs. Yeah. And you know, yeah. No, the thing is, because I have the dwarf, I like I'm fucking around with it the whole time because it's just so fun to like mess with it. The thing is the head, because the corkscrew on the head is like quite a steep angle. If you like only twist it a little bit, like halfway or so, and let it go, it twists back down. So you can sort of flick his nose to the side and his head will pop up a bit, and then it comes back down again. And that's what I've been doing to fidget, is just flicking the fucking dwarf head. So if you hear this sound, that's what I'm doing. I'm just fidgeting with the dwarf. And also his head is very smooth and flat on the back, so it's very fun to just fucking smack him on the head as well. By the way, once you settle on design for the finger coins, you can make them into merch as well. Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Obviously, I wasn't planning that from the get-go. I wasn't like, yes, let's make the currency a marketable thing. No, but it is true. You could literally just, if we have the coins be done, you could totally hang those on like a keychain and shit like that. And I'd want that. That's the thing. Like I wouldn't. One of the main reasons I'd want to do that is because I just want to hang fucking finger coins off of my bag. Like that's I just want that. So, and it just happens to be that I could probably sell it as a merchandise. But I'd probably pay somebody to 3D model those and just so I can print them for myself. But it'd be really nice to there I'd have to look for them, but you know there's like these in souvenir stores, there's often like these metal casted like heavy sort of things, like cheap little things that are like keychains or shit, like just random shit made out of like metal that have like weathering on them, like they put a wash over it to like go into all the grooves to like darken it. I see those at souvenir stores often. Maybe I could try and find where the fuck they make those things and have it be made out of metal, because that would feel right, I think. And even and if it turned out crude or something like that, that would totally fit, because they're, you know, they're crude little fucking metal coins anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Like they don't have to be like perfectly shiny and clean. I don't want them to be perfectly shiny and clean, you know. And then the thing is, like, you could totally, I mean, if they just weather over time, that makes sense to coins weathering. So I don't see them weathering as a problem either. Hey, Mr. Monster Garden, sir, actually make a clay version of the coin now. I'm actually making a clay version of the coin now. Whoa, okay. I'll definitely put it in Discord when I'm done. Yeah, sure. Fucking at me so I don't miss it. Be sure to at me. I don't want to miss that. How does the Verus military fight? Are they mainly defenders? No, often being the aggressors. Are they trench warfare types? Do they march and well, the whole warfare is very trench based, and it's not really as simple as just categorizing a nation in being defensive or aggressors. The war did start with Rom invading Verus, but now it's sort of turned into a tug of war. There are places of interest that both sides fight off over each other aggressively, so you can't really just say, oh yeah, they're defenders or fucking, It's not like a play style, like it's tactics all over, so both of them would use a plethora of tactics to try and get the upper hand. Clink Clank, change for the Change Goblin. What if they were cast? What do you mean cast? I mean, like, if they're made out of metal, then you'd have to cast them. I don't think there's another way to make them, like, make a mold, pour the metal into them. I know someone that could forge some finger coins. I know he has some metal scraps, and I know he has copper and bronze. I think I'll ask him later. Well, no, I making it like custom like that would be a fucking nightmare if we want to like make it a proper production, because I don't think I'd want just like one or two coins. I'd want like a whole satchel of them, maybe like a proper, so I can buy myself some breakfast, right? I'd need some few fingers, maybe a thumb or two, and a few pinkies as well. That's far too much for breakfast. I mean, a rich person, maybe if I buy like expensive caviar, that might. Yeah, I'm just talking gibberish. Sheet stamped could work. Probably end up a bit thin though. Yeah. I don't think sheet stamped or like that sort of stuff would work. They'll definitely have to be cast to get like that volume to them. Because if you sheet stamp them, like you said, they're gonna be like quite flat and not have that feel that I want to them. You'd like a handful of coins? Yes, a handful of coins. Wouldn't it be insanely expensive? I mean, the thing is, those souvenir stores with the little keychain souvenirs and stuff like that. I see those everywhere in like high tourist attraction locations. Like for example, there's the floating market in Thailand. They have a fuck ton of stalls that are just souvenirs, and all of those have like little fucking trinkets that are made out of metal. And the trinkets themselves aren't that pricey if you think about it. So I feel like there has to be some way that can be done affordable if there's fucking metal trinkets and shit that are cast. So there has to be a way for it to be reasonably priced. And if I mean, if it's in Thailand, that would be even better because then I could just go to them and then ask them to make them. But then I'd obviously have to front the cost, and then I would also have to find a fulfillment agency myself to deal with the shipping. And shipping out of Thailand, I don't know how affordable that's going to be. So it'd be a bit of a logistics situation to try and figure that out. But if I could, then that'd be great. You know. But then also it would be batches. It would have to be in batches because it's not like I could be able. I could set up like a store page or something so you could buy them whenever you want. Because yeah, the shipping and shit like that's gonna be a mess. I don't even know how that would work. I can only think about it in batches. Like you can pre-order, then make a batch, then ship it. I don't know how like. Oh, thank you for the $2 Lord Cosmos. Appreciate it. Is this some kind of verus soldier? Looks cool. Yes, it is. It is the average verus soldier. You could easily make the coins yourself with high temperature mold silicones and pewter. Well, okay, think about this. Well, yes, I could make the coins myself, but using the word easily sadly doesn't make things easy. Do you know how many fucking coins I would have to make? Like, okay, if we can make them affordable enough and stuff like that, the dwarves sold out in 4 hours. Those were 500 of them, and they were $50 each. If we make something that's small and affordable, like a keychain, not to be too arrogant, but I feel like they'd sell pretty well. And I don't think I could keep up with my little mold and metal setup if I made it myself. I'd probably die from some mysterious metal poisoning first if I were to like do that and not wear the proper protection or something like that. I hope you I hope you figure it out. I hope you figure it out. Yeah, I hope so too. I am very interested by the idea of that because it would also be a first step into a direction that I really want to explore more. Here's the thing. When it comes to merch and stuff like that, I don't want shirts. I don't want like t-shirts with my logo on it and stuff like that because I wouldn't wear that stuff myself. You know, I want merch that I would want. I want shit that I would want on my person or stuff like that, and I wouldn't want a t-shirt with my own logo on it. You know, even if I did make it look cool, I don't know, not crazy about it. But when it comes to merch, I want it to be more like in-world items. Like if I made finger keychains, those would literally be like the thing that is in the world, which makes it feel sort of special. Uh, you know, like I could make a piece of merch of like I don't know, the wooden fox statue that guides people and stuff like that. And that would be interesting as well because it's an item in the world that is just taken out of the world in the way that it is and then sold. And I like that when it's like an actual item in the universe gets turned into merch. You should sell the full verus soldier kit. Fucking damn. Could healing mages use walks as an output? You could. You actually could. Though you'd have to have some sort of nail punched through the back of it to puncture your finger, or have an input that connects to it somehow, and you'd need some time to attune to it. But yeah, you could totally use a walk for an output. It wouldn't be the best, but it'd be something. Like a impromptu emergency style output. Sell the Verus Billhook musket. Okay, now here, we have some limitations when it comes to merch, all right? If you want to go crazy with it, I don't think I can sell a fucking billhook musket. I was talking to one of my other friends about it, about like merch and stuff, and they kept screaming at me, make a sword, sell a sword. And I'm like, fuck, man, no, we're not gonna make a sword, god damn it. I can't just sell a sword. Especially because the world doesn't really have any like, or like sword combat isn't a proper thing in the world, so it wouldn't even make sense if I sold a sword. You know, or he said like, oh, sell fucking soap dwarves, like bar soap shaped like the dwarves. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna sell bars of soap shaped like the dwarves. I hate bar soap. Why would I sell bar soap if I don't want it myself? Come on. Sell a soldier? Now, no, no, we can't do that. We can't do that in this day and age. Sell a magic grenade. Sell ROM slang. We're not. We can't do that. We can't do that. My God. Verus soldier bathwater? Fuck, man. Oh. I'd buy some DMD minis of the dwarves and soldiers. Fun thing is, somebody's working on that. But one of the people I'm working with called Sedeka, he does really fucking good 3D models. Um, and like he made a 3D model of a war boar and also a ROM soldier. He's crying about it because I am going to like try and redesign the ROM soldier to a certain degree so that model would not be accurate. It would be, well, canonically it would be an older version of the ROM uniform, but it wouldn't be the current one. Or yeah, different designs are sort of just like different versions of, like, none of them are not canon. Well, some of them are not canon because I really don't like them, but I don't know. But yeah, he's making models. The thing is, I was like, let me pay you. And he said no. He's like, no, I don't want to be paid for this because it's gonna feel like a job. So I insisted on paying him for these fucking models that he's making, but he said no. But on the exception that the models will be on his Patreon. So when he sets up his Patreon and has them on there, I will for sure be throwing the link to that shit everywhere because those models are 100% fucking worth a sub to his Patreon to get them. Because, like, my god, that Warhog, I'm gonna sub to his fucking Patreon because I want that Warhog when I eventually get or a Warboar, not a Warhog. When I eventually get like a 3D printer, which I'm like saving up for, I think I'm gonna like buy a 3D printer eventually. I want to print out those models myself as well. Because they're fingers. Yeah, I know. I can sell them in packs. That's the thing. I know I can do that. That would be so fun. But yeah, so we are going to have little models that you could totally use for any sort of war game that you would like. What's his at? He doesn't have a Patreon yet, or he hasn't set it up yet, I don't think. When he does, you're gonna find out. I'm telling you, I'm gonna fucking scream it over the hills so everybody knows where the fuck to get them. But yeah, they're gonna be on his Patreon, and hopefully a lot of people are gonna sign up because it's obviously if a lot of people sign up to it and stuff like that, that's gonna encourage him to make more of them, which I definitely want. I want him to make more of them. Resin or filament printer? 100% resin. I don't have a reason to go for a filament printer because most of my interest in 3D printing is for miniature work, like miniatures and stuff like that. So resin it is. Resin. I already have an idea of which resin printer I want. And I also already have contact with a person that sells said resin printer. But I still want to do some more research into resin printing. I obviously have seen a bunch of videos and stuff like that about resin printing. So I know that you need alcohol baths and the proper, gloves and protection, well ventilated area, blah blah blah, all of that. But I only know that from, watching people. I'd rather want to like exactly know what I need, how much I need of it, where I can get those things, and then be fully prepared for getting a 3D printer so I don't muck it up. Not his Patreon, his socials. Oh shit. Hold on. I'll ask him because actually I don't quite know. I think I linked it once, but it's gonna be a nightmare to find, so I'm just gonna ask him again. If he answers in time, I'll tell you. There you go. Asked him. Hope you're able to figure it out. I am gonna. Don't tell me that's gonna be a running theme now. Is we're gonna change the word figuring it out to fingering it out. I can't have that. That can't be a part of the world, or a part of my vocabulary now. But yeah, bro doesn't even have a Patreon set up and asks for no pay. Yeah, it's infuriating to have such incredible fucking artists like making models like voluntarily for your world and them not accepting fucking payment. Like, it pisses me off. It's like, god damn it, do you know how good this shit is? Take my money, fuck. But yeah, I mean, I guess in a roundabout way, because it is gonna be on his Patreon, he will get paid for it, which I fully encourage. That's a great idea because he's gonna put like his own models and models that he made from the Monster Garden on his Patreon and stuff like that. So I fully understand that. I encourage him to do it that way. It'd be like sustainable as well. So he'd get monthly money on that. But I wonder how good it's gonna. I mean, seeing the quality of the models. By the way, if it eventually comes out, it is really fucking good. I don't know if I can show it on stream. I think he shared it in the server, like the war boar, but it's like really fucking good. Like the texture work on it and shit like that. It. Hold on, let me check. His name is Shabby. He's one of the Shabby and Sedeka brothers. It sounds like some sort of fucking Wild Western gang. I don't know if they're brothers, actually. I think they're brothers. Maybe just friends, like really good friends. I think they're brothers, though. I just realized I don't know that much about my friends. Oh no. Terrible friend I am. I should ask them. I just assumed they were brothers. Honestly, don't know the actual answer. But they have a world building thread. And I think they shared it in there. Let me find it so I can share it on stream, because you gotta fucking see it. Where the fuck is it? There, Space Boys. Golden Bone. Ah, there it is. Oh, thank you for the $5 Vini Vinicius Torres. Vinicius sounds like a very grand name. I fucking love it. Vinicius. You sound like you should be an emperor or some kind. Hey, here's 5 of my currency. Thank you very much. It's worth almost nothing in today's economy. Love your work. Well, still, I appreciate the support, even though it may not be worth anything, like you said. It's fine. Any sort of support I appreciate, so thank you very much. Yeah. No, they didn't post it in here? Fuck! Where the fuck did they post it? Hold on. I think I can look through Sedeka's post history and find it there. Sorry we're not drawing, by the way. It's typically how the streams end up. Before, during, after, in channel, no. How the fuck do you search from? I thought you could search from. Why does that disappear sometimes? Sometimes I have the action of searching from an individual, but sometimes it disappears. Wasn't it in fan art? Yeah, I thought it was in fan art. I hope it didn't like get buried too much. Maybe if I just scroll up far enough, I'll find it. Um. Yeah. The issue is, I was not brave enough to mention it in the video, but we did come up with some other with some other sayings uh relating to the currency, but I was not brave enough to say them in the video. We came up with them in the Discord, and it makes sense, and they're really good, but also I don't know if people can take them seriously. Hand job. A hand job would be an actual saying that makes sense. A hand job would be something that is a one-time job that pays very well. So a job that you don't the efficacy you don't question of, you know? Like in the underground uh world, there might be like, "Hey, I got a hand job for you." And you'd be like, "What is it about?" You know, a hand job is a well-paying job because, you know, a hand is a lot of money. Thank you for the donation, R5R. Oh, Vicinius, appreciate the additional 5R. Sending another 5 just to say that my mom loves the way you pronounce my name. And the R dollars are called real. Oh. Rees in plural. What country are they from? But yes, Vicinius is a fucking awesome name. It's awesome, man. But yeah, thank you. Thank you for the 5 additional R dollars or reals. Thank you for the Riz. There you go, close enough. Brazil? I don't know. But yeah, a hand job would be a well-paying one-time job. I can't. Okay, just be mature, everybody, okay? Be mature. Getting fingered would mean getting paid. Would mean getting paid. So my boss fingered me yesterday. Me, I got paid yesterday. It makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. Getting fisted would mean you didn't get paid, like you got screwed over on a job. Because, you know, it doesn't, you there's no fingers showing when you have when you curl up your hand in a fist. So that would mean you got fucked over by a job and you didn't get paid. You got fisted. It makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah, lend a hand could also, well, lend a hand would be like borrowing money, wouldn't it? Because lend is literally like borrowing, right? You're digging yourself a deeper hole. No, hear me out. Me and the VC chat in the server came up with these. It was not just my creation. People threw these around. You know, I'm not taking credit for these. All right, I didn't come up with these. I didn't come up with these. But the issue is, I have to admit that they do work really well because they make sense. But the issue is the real world context makes it really hard to be able to add those things without, you know, having people go, "Hey, yo, he got what? He got fingered." You know? Like I can't. Even though they're really good, I sadly don't think I can wholeheartedly add those into the world. A banker would be a handyman. Oh, true. How about a reach around? I don't know what a reach around would be. Maybe it's like paying under the table, like getting paid off secretly is a reach around. Would a handyman be a wealthy person? Maybe, maybe. We'll add them for you. Please don't. Please, no. Trimming your nails would be coin clipping? Yeah, yeah. Also, just coin clippings would be called nail clippings. Servant Servanva? Servanva. Thank you for the 20,000 under dash D. Please send it, boss. I'm thrilled to be. What the fuck, man? No, you can't. Take your money back right now. I'm not. I'm not accepting that donation. With that fucking. You better take your money back right now. Can you actually refund fucking donations? You better fucking do it. You can't say that. Please send it. You don't say thrilled. Don't say thrilled. Nobody's thrilled for that. I just explained what that meant. So like it's a negative thing. You shouldn't be thrilled. No, fisting getting fisted would mean getting screwed over by a job. So you don't get paid. You don't get paid. Auction is a thumb war. Oh, that's fun. A thumb war, an auction. That's really good actually. I like that one. Thumb war. But yeah. Okay, let's leave this topic, right? I should not have brought it up. I apologize for any of you who might have been appalled by that. Let's leave that topic behind and continue with the work we have at hand. Hand. Uh, so I have a book of I have two books actually of tie patterns. I bought these like a while ago, and because I like tie patterns. Uh, and let me look through it. So I might perhaps be able to find a nice pattern that we can use for the pants. Because it's not like I'm innovating or anything. I'm literally just sort of, I'm just using tie patterns. You know, it's just that people don't often use them, and that's why they look nice. Or look new. People underutilize them, but they're fucking great. Tie patterns are awesome. Also, I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna mute a little bit because I've been sniffling for the past few minutes, and it's probably driving some people mad. Let me blow my nose. God damn it. Okay. Who the fuck says blow my nose? Who doesn't say blow their nose? What do you mean? You make that sound like that's the weirdest thing to say. Blow my nose. That's normal, ain't it? That's normal. Everyone. Yeah, that's everyone. That's the normal way of saying it. What do you say? What do you say instead of blowing my nose? Damn, he's realizing now. Oh shit, I'm the weird one. What? Normal people don't say clearing my nasal cavities? Oh shit. Nosegasm, let me go nosegasm. This guy says honk my horn? Bro. Hold on. Let me be right back. Let me go uh blow my clarionet. Honk my horn. Let me go squeeze my clown nose. Tootin' my snooter. Surely say Blowing my channel. Toot my snoot. Actually, all of these are good. I'm gonna have to add some variety into me saying blowing my nose. I've always I haven't considered adding more variety to that saying before, so. Ooh, this one's interesting. We might want to go for like a double flower thing. Where is my pen? There's my pen. Okay, so get out of the way. There. We could do the circle in the middle. It seems like a staple. And then do this. I'm not used to this, so we'll have to do some trial runs of it. And then have flowers on here too, which would complicate things. Why am I drawing so shittily? So shittily. What's going on? For some reason, my hand's very shaky. Am I having some sort of stroke or something? Hold on. What's going on? Yeah, what the fuck? Wait, hold on. What? Huh? What the fuck? Is my hand good or is my tablet bad? What the fuck happened? Bro, I think I blew my nose too hard and I sneezed out my drawing ability. I can't draw a straight line. No, I don't think I'm having a stroke. I tooted my last snoot, partner. Shit. Drink some water. Yeah. Sure. Are you smelling toast? No, no. Blue brain cell or two, yeah. There's not many of those left, so I need to be careful. Okay, let me... Maybe it's just because the flower is at a weird angle, but god, that's shit. Yeah, that would be quite a bit of a complex pattern, though. Might be a bit too messy for, Well, you know why it's messy, I think, is because all of the segments of the design are the same size. Like, this petal, and the middle circle is the same size. I sort of want, like a... have the outermost part be small, like this, and then have the middle be biggest? No, hold on. Maybe like... We have to find a satisfying ratio for each of them. Okay. Yeah, my lines... Yeah. Still a little wonky, but I think I'm getting... Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened. Yeah, something like that. There. There. Like that, maybe. I think that looks nice. Do we add the border around it too? Fucking... Like, just go overboard with detail? Because the thing is, I think it needs a border. I think if we're doing this complex of a design inside each of the squares, we need a border. Because if we have these next to each other, it's gonna just be too much noise. So we have to have, like, space in between them so you can tell apart each of the flowers. We could also, like, if we go, like, fully overboard, we could add notches to each of these. This is why I like tie patterns, by the way. If you haven't seen tie patterns before, search them up. They're sort of, like, you can always push more detail into them. They're like designed to make them be able to be broken down into smaller variants of themselves. Like, okay, here. Look, I can make a flower like this, So square with the circle, and then the 4 leaves, right? Like that. Or I can make an additional petal inside each of these petals, then add a line, and then cut a corner into each of these, like this, to make it more detailed. Obviously, there's like ratios and shit like that to all of them to make it look as like golden ratio kind of shit to make it like perfect. And I didn't study all of that, you know. So the patterns in the book are way prettier than what I can do. But like all patterns are sort of like that, where you have the average shape of the pattern, like this, uh, and then you have all the things that you can add to it to make it more detailed, like adding another layer to it or blah blah blah. Like a fractal, yes, and that's why I use them. It's like a fractal, and you know, in the world, fractals are like an important thing to the magic system. Yeah, yeah. My last 2 brain cells worked really hard to think about that. But yeah, I think we go with this. This is what we go with. Which means I'm gonna have to remap the pants because we need some space for the lines as well. Holy shit, we're actually drawing. I can't believe it. Where the hell is... Oh, there he is. Wait, did I put the lines on the pants? Oh yeah, I'll have to erase them manually then. Yeah, it's on 1 layer, so I gotta... Well, I think I can... Yeah, I'm gonna have to change it anyway. The mistake I made, I think, was that I made these lines too horizontal to... Or, I don't know, perpendicular... words that mean things in a cross shape. I made them too cross to the folds of the pants, which means the lines that go horizontally are blocked by the folds. So I would want to instead sort of make it this direction more, so we can still get some of these lines to not disappear in between the folds. So yeah, I am gonna do it on a separate layer so that it's easier. Okay, there you go. Shape words. Yeah, I'm really bad at names and words. Like I don't remember names of things very easily. So, for example, like the name of the helmets of each of the soldiers, I just decided to give them new names, which might exist, but I don't know. I feel like they make sense to me, so that's how I remember them. Like this style of helmet that exists in the world somewhere, like the sort of splayed out people mention them, but I don't remember what the name of them is. So I just remember them as like um I was calling them blooming helmets or like petaled helmets or flower helmets because the shape sort of like blooms outwards from the top, like this. So I just remember them as blooming. Like they look like those flowers that are in snowy time. Winter. There you go. The winter ones, the ones that like droop downwards. And the rom helmets that are like this, I just call those soup dishes or soup bowls because they're sort of like a flat dish with a droop, which is sort of like a soup dish that I see in some restaurants. Though those kinds of restaurants are too fucking fancy for me to go in them, and I'd rather want my bowl to be a normal shape, but still. Snowy time. Shut up. I'm losing my mind here. Kettlehelm is the second one. It's called Kettlehelm. What's a? Wait, hold on. What's? I'm assuming the shape of a kettle then is pretty much kettle. That what? Huh? How the what? Kettle. Kettlehelm. That doesn't make fucking sense. What do you mean? A kettle is the tea thing, the hot water thing. But a kettle helm is a weird bowl. Why is that called a kettle helm? Is it the snowy time yet? No, right now it's the hot time. It's the sweaty time right now. In Thailand especially. Fuck. Yesterday it was it was 42 degrees Celsius outside. Which is a wonderful temperature to have when your air conditioner isn't working. 72 degrees Celsius. The 72, fuck, 42. What the, did I say 72 the first time as well? Sorry, 42. If I did say 70 the first time. 42 degrees Celsius. Doxed? Dude, it's a whole fucking country. Yeah, 42 degrees Celsius. As a Canadian, how are your life? I mean, the body, like, adjusts the temperature, obviously, so hot and cold for every person is differently. But even by Thai standards, fuck, 42 is hot as shit. God damn, man. Jesus. I was dying, dude. I was fucking dying. Like, even at nighttime, where it normally cools off, that day was so fucking hot. I decided to sleep in the living room because for some reason, my room was just heating up constantly, and I couldn't turn on the air conditioner because it was blowing hot air. The air conditioner wasn't working, obviously, so I just slept on our table in the middle of the living room. We have like this Thai table. I love Thai tables, by the way. It's not a table, but that's the closest thing I can explain it to. It's sort of like ankle or knee height, like this. It's made of bamboo, and it has just slats across. You'll normally, like, I see them at pretty much every house has them, or like little farmhouses have them as well. And you just sit on it, like you just sit and eat with people like cross-legged on it, and I like those a lot. We have one of those in the living room, and I just decided to fucking like sleep on it, no blanket, no nothing, just dying of heat stroke. Yeah. I still can't wrap my head around how some people like it being too hot more than it being too cold. Because it is, to me, there's such a simple solution to it being too cold. If you're in a fucking house. If you're in the middle of the open, I guess not, but even if you are in the middle of the, like, there's way more solutions to it being too cold than there are solutions to it being too hot. You can only take off that many layers and it's still hot. When it's cold, you can put on more and more layers. There's no limit, really. You know, and in your house, you can just put on a fat fucking blanket and just have it be warm. And the nicest sleep I've had is when it's cold and you put on a nice blanket. Hot what? Take off shirt? Take off skin? Yeah, like, there's a limit. You can't go further than skin. And that's the joke. Take off your skin. Well, you wish you could at that point. When it's 42 fucking degrees, you wish you could just peel off your skin. I mean, it almost did because it stuck to the fucking table when I woke up. I get sick in both, but cold is better. I mean, well, thing is, like, in Thailand, it doesn't really get cold. Though because you like adjust to the heat, something that other people wouldn't consider cold feels quite cold compared to everything else actually. Like when it's winter time here, which is just, by the way, it gets cold in quotation marks for like a week of the year. Like a week you'll get some cold breeze for. Um it gets to like 22, 21 degrees Celsius at most I've seen, you know. Which is really nice. That's a really nice temperature. When I used to be in Germany, that'd be the type of temperature you see, and you're like, "Fuck, let's go out swimming." You know, like, holy shit, it's perfect. Let's go out swimming. But now that I'm in Thailand, it's like 21 degrees. Shit, it's cold. God, I'm freezing. 42 is hot, but not 44. What do you mean? I've never seen 44. I feel like that'd be the end of the world if I see 44 degrees. I've never seen that. 42 is probably the highest I've seen. Like this is record breaking for me at least, I think. I don't remember it having gotten any higher than that before. Is that a billhook rifle? It sure fucking is. Yeah, yeah. Like hotter temperatures compared to other people can feel cold because like temperature and shit is very much based on perspective and what you're used to. So I really don't get that conversation of like, oh, that's not cold at all. Over here, it's to -2. Well, yes, it's not cold for you, but it's cold for Thailand, and it's hot for you or whatever. Like, it's always compared to what's the average. That makes more sense. It was 46 here once? God. 46. Jesus. Yeah. For me, that feels like at that point I feel like that's the type of temperature where birds start falling out of the sky like defeathered and already cooked and the like nice golden brown cartoon style just fall from the fucking sky. Like that's what I picture at 46 degrees. You should put some kind of engraving pattern on the bill hook. I sure will. The gun's gonna be a lot more ornate than this. Right now, it's like quite barren. But yeah, I think that's enough of the lines removed. Let's see. Okay, so I want the cross pattern to show a little better. So actually having one of them be vertical might be the way to go. To the canvas. We're talking Fahrenheit or Celsius? Celsius. Celsius. I don't understand well, I grew up with Celsius, so that's what I'm used to. It just makes more sense to me as well, because it's like based on water, 0 freezes, 100 boils, easy. $46 is crazy. Yeah, that's what I mean. 46 is crazy. I think we've done this out of order. Normally, when you have a conversation with somebody new, the temperature conversation shit like that is like one of the first things you do to break the ice, right? But we've sort of gotten in the wrong order. Like we talked about some weird shit before with the coins and stuff, and now we're getting to the temperature. This should have been the other way around, Get to know you first. God, it's hot today, isn't it? Yeah, sure is. Like fucking elevator talk. South Africa here. Oh, that explains it. Hey, been watching your stuff for a really long time. But I just realized that I didn't know what are you making? Is this going to be a comic or a book? something else. I guess I somehow forgot. Yeah, I mean, there's literally a video I have that says I'm making a book, and as the title implies, what I might be making is perhaps going to be a book. Um, the book is, dude, the book's tough. it's 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 been really hard uh to work on the book because like how the fuck do you work on a book? Like that's such a complicated question the more you think about it. How do you start a book? So the point we're at right now, the thing is I want to document the process, but I have a hard time making videos about talking about the process of the book because none of it's really visual yet. You know, all of it's like behind the scenes trying to like figure shit out for now. I have laid out all of the topics that we want to cover in the book and broke them down into their constituent components. So we know pretty much everything that's going to go into the book. It gets added to and stuff like that because we're developing the world as well. But like, how do you put that into the book? You know, it's a lot more complicated than I mean, I knew it was going to be hard, right? I wasn't going into it being like, oh yeah, making a book is easy. No, I knew it was going to be hard, but still, it is very frustrating to be stuck on such a big wall of like, I have no clue where the hell to start with this. Starting is the hardest part. Yeah, that's the part. That's the thing. I know it's the hardest part is getting over that hill and figuring out what the hell you want to do with it. But as soon as I do, I hope to like make consistent videos about the process of the book and then also like stream it and stuff like that. I'd love to have that like sort of meld into the video making process as well, so I can simultaneously work on the book and turn that working on the book into videos as well. While I like make pages for it and stuff. But God is it hard? Because is it like, do we try and think about how the book starts? Do we want to make some random test pages or something like that? And the thing is, I'm gonna take inspiration from somebody, and try to just make some random pages, like not caring about the order of things yet, just going from a point that you think you can start from it from, and just make some random pages that we can later on just like throw out or adjust or whatever, just to get the ball rolling. Um, I'm gonna take inspiration from Eternal Ruins, actually. If you guys know Eternal Ruins, I recommended it like yesterday, I think, or like the day before. They make some incredible videos. They popped up like or a month ago or so. They posted their first video that really popped off on YouTube. Highly recommend the channel, by the way. But on their Patreon, they occasionally post weekly, I think it is. They post weekly lore pages that aren't like, they said it themselves that it isn't like integral pages to understanding the gist of the ruins, but they're these little snippets about different encounters and stuff like that that are just wonderful to look at, and stuff like that. Like a nice morsel of lore, you know, just nice. And I want to take inspiration from that. Somehow, like, make a page that just gives you a morsel of something and see how that goes, just to get the vibe of the book across. Get myself comfortable with drawing pages like they are in the book, you know, and over time refine that look of it until hopefully it like sort of naturally leads me into creating the book. I watched it yesterday. It's good. Yeah, it is really good. Um, I talked to him actually. Like he contacted me on Discord and we had like a wonderful conversation. Um, he's a great guy. Great guy. Drawing. I'm just staring at my fucking Thai pattern book at the moment, just killing time for some reason. Okay, so let's see. If the line goes here, then it folds there. And then sort of goes like that. I think the squares will have to be a bit bigger, because otherwise the pattern's gonna be, like, too much of a mess. Is this Krita? Yes, yes, it is Krita. He's made figurines too. Yes! Dude, um, the figures. I love the little models he makes. Like in the reel where he made the guy with the flute and like the little uh guys around it. They're so fucking so good. So good. All of those are really good. May I ask a question to you? Yeah, sure. And everyone could follow what and everyone could follow the live and be more aware if the world building than me? Question what? I see in this world exists gunpowder. Do they develop also good rifles for soldiers? What? Are you asking like what kind of rifles we're using? We're using revolving flintlocks. If you search up there, if you search up revolving flintlocks, that's sort of the type of guns we're trying to use. Or it's not just those. It's just like all of the weird inventions and offshoots that came about between like flintlocks and guns with actual bullets. So wheel locks, flintlocks, revolving flintlocks, fucking chambered flintlock, like just random shit. All of the weird guns. I want to explore all of those. I'm writing a book, but I'm not expert. But have written the same page so many times, but I find that by putting it on page, I can figure out what seems best and what. Yeah, that's the thing. I want to like get something on a page first to like get it out, just to get it started somehow from some sort of direction, and then slowly work it out from there. Okay, and then. Okay, and then we can bring the pattern across. Yeah. I always enjoy like mapping patterns to an uneven surface. It's very satisfying when it turns out, or when you finish it. You'll see, you'll see. I did it on like a really old drawing of a Ramakian. Uh, I was drawing Hanuman, who's like a character from Ramakian. I think it's originally an Indian story. I don't know the history of it and stuff like that. I'm quite uneducated when it comes to that. But I just know that there is a Thai version of the story. I don't know if it changes any of the plot. But there's Thai art of the characters in the story Ramakian, and there's the monkey, the main character who was like an angel turned into a monkey called Hanuman. And in Thai illustrations, I really like the poses and style and stuff like that. So I was drawing a mechanical automaton version of Hanuman, and he also had pants on. I hope to I hope to God he had pants on like the Thai pants, and I had to map like this pretty much. I'm doing the same exact thing, that I'm doing now. It was very fun with that guy because I put like a lot of detail into that one. I'm never gonna get back to it though. I don't think like it was a nice little try. I wanted to also like draw all the other characters from Ramakian as automatons as well. Like the Tosakan one was going to be fucking awesome, but uh I never got to it. The the Monster Garden project sort of blew up before that ever uh happened or developed into anything more. Sorry if I bothered. No, no. I mean the chat and stuff like that is supposed to be for asking questions and shit like that. Like asking questions is not a problem. Don't worry about it. Don't apologize for it. I just arrived and I was wondering on what kind of weapons is holding this soldier. Yeah. He has a revolving flintlock and the kind of tech level. Yeah. No worries, man. Any thoughts on just doing this full time? Like streams, or you mean just like my work in general, like the Monster Garden and stuff, doing this full time? Because I can happily say I am doing it full time. This is like the I am fortunate enough that the YouTube and Patreon together actually do make me enough money to like sustain myself in Thailand. Which means this is what I do full time now. I don't have another job, and I'm obviously I am incredibly fortunate and grateful for all of you guys, right, to make this fucking possible. Dude, this is a fucking like I know how fucking lucky I am. This is a dream. Yeah, I'm living a dream. You know, obviously there's stressful moments and shit like that when drawings don't go right and blah 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 blah. But that's bound to happen. But in all, like, dude, I'm fucking like this is what I always wanted. I couldn't be more happy with the place I'm at. Uh, like since I started drawing or like properly pursuing it from year 2 of high school, right? This was like, well, it wasn't the exact goal. At first, like I knew I wanted to make it with art, right? But when I first started, I was more thinking about it like, oh yeah, I want to be in the industry. You know, I want to be a concept artist. I want to work for a studio and draw concepts and shit like that and make it that way. But over time, it sort of like changed and developed and eventually turned to this. But I mean, it's still making a living out of my own fucking artwork. And honestly, I feel like I would enjoy working for a company way fucking less than this. I mean, doing my own shit for money? Like, what the fuck? Like, who can say that? Obviously, well, there are other people that do what I do, but like, it's still such a rare thing to be possible. Don't let imposter syndrome get you. What is imposter syndrome? Uh, I think that's the stranger farming. Oh, I guess you could be drawing for. Uh, I mean, if I had to do that for me, I wouldn't. I respect the people that do. Hustle's a hustle, right? Hard to explain. No worries. Hold on. I'll search it up because I've heard it a few times. Oh, imposter syndrome is where you feel that you don't deserve to be where you are, even though you do deserve it. Um, I mean, I no, don't worry. I don't think I have like imposter syndrome. You know, I do believe that I have earned it to a certain degree. Like I was working hard and drawing hard and stuff like that, but I can't deny that I am in a very fortunate position. You know, so I have worked for it, but also it's a lot of luck, and I am very grateful. You know, so don't worry. I don't have imposter syndrome and stuff like that. I don't think I do, at least. But yeah, I do know because like the thing is, it is kind of a shame, but it is just how the internet works. Is so much luck is involved in this shit. Like there are so many other creators that are like more skilled than me, or that put more effort in shit than I do and stuff like that, that just aren't lucky, and they don't get seen, and then that's just the end of it. That's, they get buried under the pile of content that is the internet, and that's just it. So it's a shame that it is that way, because like, and that's why I like share other people's projects and stuff like that I like to you guys, and like recommend them and shit. Because like it's really important to have them be seen, because like the community growing together and stuff like that is the best way it could go. That's just going to benefit everybody. Like it seems like the world building community on YouTube is sort of growing quite rapidly at this rate. A lot of new channels are popping up that are also doing and sharing their world building on YouTube and stuff, and all of them just like sharing each other's stuff to each other's audience would be the best way to go about it, because then all of it like grows together. you know I see that like in some other communities and stuff, there's a lot of like in streamer communities, sometimes my dad likes looking at that sort of stuff, like drama. It's just fun to like look at people fighting over meaningless things. But like sometimes there's a lot of fighting about like, oh, don't steal my audience or blah blah blah. Like they're in competition. No, if like all of them share each other, that's the fucking best way to go about it. Do you consider adding uh plumes to the helmet? It's so drippy, in my opinion, and was used throughout history. Um, Plumes, like big poofy things like feathers or like cloth and shit like that, or the pom poms. I mean, we could have it so there's like this on the end of it, like a little bit of a tuft. Actually, yeah, I might, yeah. You know what? Fuck it. I don't know if that's the plume you were thinking of, but that makes sense to me. Because like we could do something that goes up like that, but I feel like that would sort of fall off quite quickly. Um, so yeah, maybe some sort of just a little bit of something. I don't want it to be too over the top with the plumage. Yeah, rank identification. Yeah, when it comes to rank identification, I was thinking that it would be the patch here around the neck, that sort of button around the collar. But obviously, I have not thought about what the yeah, actually no. I feel like, because it's the average soldier, I feel like something on the helmet like that would definitely be some sort of like ranking officer to have them be easier to tell apart. So I'd keep that for higher ranking soldiers, perhaps. But yeah, I do think that's a good idea. I'll definitely have to like add some little poof on the top, little tassel, yeah. But yeah, I haven't thought about any of the ranks and what they look like. Like, are we gonna go with the classic fucking, like this sort of thing going on, and then like stars, or like how that goes? I was thinking we could go with more knots, so it would still have that general shape of this, but instead it would be like braided fabric. So it would look like this, and the amount of braids sort of indicate rank, or something like that. Or maybe some sort of flora pattern, yeah, like go crazy with it. Have like different flowers indicate shit, or maybe like a vine. Just throwing shit out there. Maybe it's like some sort of vine, and the amount of flowers that bloom on it uh, indicate your rank, or weird shit. How far are you in the project? It's hard to say. Um, it's hard to say to how far I am in the project, because it keeps going. Like, but I'd say like we're quite early on. we're even though like I have a lot of the world fleshed out and I know how things work, um illustration wise, like the things I've done visually, we're very early on. Because I haven't fully captured the war. I haven't captured the Manicore. I haven't captured uh, witches and witch hunters properly. I haven't captured the capitals of each of the countries, like what their architecture looks like and stuff like that. I haven't managed to capture the dwarven architecture even. I don't have many creatures for the world either. So like the more you think about it, there's so much that is still not visualized, right? And all of it takes so long because, well, for one, I keep fucking talking. If I stop talking and shut my mouth and kept drawing, maybe it'll go by faster. But also, um, I just, I, all of them feel important to me. All of the parts of the world feel important to me. So I can't just fill it in. I can't just be like, oh yeah, let me do a quick design, fill this in, and then leave it. All of them constantly change, and I iterate on them, and I work at them, and I think about like the verus soldier, for example. This guy, I the first time I drew uh versions of the verus soldier was 2 years ago. So I've been working at the on and off, obviously, same as the dwarf design. I keep coming back to it over the span of 2 years, and the design keeps changing and improving over the 2 years. I genuinely think the version that I have right now is the best I have at the moment. I'm very happy with it, but it does not mean it's finished. In the future, I'm gonna get better at art. I'm gonna get better at designing things, and I'm probably gonna go back to this fucker and I'm gonna redesign him again. You know, which it's none of them can be said to be finished because I just can't do that. I can't just finish things, which means when it comes to the book and stuff, I will just sadly have to accept in the book when it eventually comes out that the book will be full of designs that are most that have a chance to change. You know, it's just going to be a version of the world captured in the form of the book. You know, but the world is going to organically change indefinitely. You know, I'll have to let it go, right? But up until that point, it's gonna keep changing, you know, and I think that's fine, you know, because it's not really that I'm looking for a world that I can finish, like, and just be like, yes, this is done, this is the final project. The process of it is what I find fun. The process of it is what I fell in love with when it comes to art, and that's what I want to share on YouTube and shit like that. So I think it is a part of the the fun thing is because I make it into videos, that sort of makes or it turns the process into a part of the product, right? Because I can show you the process of designing this. The next video is going to be about the soldier, so I'll sort of share with you the 2 years of development that the verus soldier has gone through, and that process turns into the end product. Sort of, it's a part of the journey. It's something you can look at and look back to and be like, oh, nice, yeah. A historical document capturing that time frame of the world. Yeah. Hey Simon, I just finished the coin. I was talking about and uploaded it in the fan art section of the Discord if you want to check it out. Oh yeah, sure. Everybody in chat, if you want to see the hold on, I could just is it okay if I share it on screen? Hold on, let me see it. Holy shit, let's go. Oh nice. What the fuck? Oh, I feel bad. No. No, you know why? Because the back of the coin, where the people are like descending down the staircase to the center of the earth, I still haven't figured out how to illustrate that properly. So I don't think it's the finished version yet. Which again, like I said, things keep changing. The coin's most likely gonna change. But yeah, hold on. Let me show people this on stream. They made the finger coin specifically the. Oh my God! Why is the image so high resolution? Jesus Christ! Yeah, here you go. That's the finger, and then the back side of it as well. Look at that. I think that's really nice. It's made out of what was made out of clay? There you go. Oh, well, my references are blocking it. There. The backside, the saint and the people descending down into the earth. And the little stars. Nice. Love this, man. I was thinking I'm gonna have to. I still haven't gotten to it, and I feel like I need to get to it soon. Um, I was gonna make videos showing off people's fan art because there is a bunch of it. There's so much cool shit that people have drawn fan art of and made stuff like physical things. There's a few people who made the little fox statue. Like, oh my God, all of them are so good. I need to make a video to like share that stuff. Um, but I just there's so much shit that I still also need to do. But I'll have to get to that eventually. Is it spoiler to ask what creature the narrator is? He's a human. He's a dude. He wears a mask. Look at him. I mean, I guess I didn't do that good of a job of making it seem like a mask because I made it look quite fleshy, but I think that's a part of the fun of it. Um, because the original reference that I used was this weird like sack mask that I saw somewhere on Pinterest. It was like a mask that was just made out of like a potato sack, and it had like realistic eyes drawn on it, and I liked that a lot. So I used it as reference for the stranger. No, it's not me under the mask, though obviously the character of the stranger is supposed to be uh like sort of a projection uh of me. Well, not personality wise, but role wise. Of course, the whole point of the stranger is that he goes around and captures the world and the people and stuff like that, which is what I'm doing. So, yeah. So you could sort of say it's an OC, yeah. A self-insert. God. Oh, whoops. I'm on the wrong layer. Yippee. Okay, there you go. Caught it in time. Um, Granted, that has nothing to do with this contextually. What? Reminds me of The Stranger by Leonardo Cohen. Cohen? Is that like a... I've never seen that one before. The reason the coins are only copper is that the only metal melted down due to the war. The other metals were melted down to the war. Yeah, well, we're gonna develop the coins a little further, or what because I asked in the community tab what the best way to make the coins more protected against counterfeiting would be, because all the coins are made out of the same metal. It's kind of makes counterfeiting, not that I want to eliminate counterfeiting entirely, because that adds a nice fun part to the story to have counterfeiting be possible, but make it at least a little more difficult for counterfeiting to happen. And what somebody suggested was, because the coins were made of bronze, which is a combination of zinc and copper, just separate those metals and make them into individual coins. So I don't know what coin is going to be what yet, but just have one coin be zinc, one coin be copper, and one coin be bronze. And then if we want to complicate it even more than that, we could have them have internal cores. So have the interior of them have a different metal in them than the outside. So you could have a blank coin be made out of like a filling, so a smaller coin than the final product, be made out of copper, and then put that inside of a mold and then pour zinc around it as the outer shell, and then hammer the pattern into it. So you have a coin that has an outer shell of zinc and the inside copper. So when somebody wants to counterfeit them, what they would have to do to be able to counterfeit them would be they would have to separate out the metals first. So that's already going to be a bit of a nightmare, because due to zinc, copper, and bronze having quite a similar density, I think they have quite a similar density. It would mean that when they make the coins, those would bond quite well. So just separating the metals in general would be a nightmare to do so. But you would have to separate the metals, then cast them into the individual coins, but you'd have to cast the inside first and then the outside, because if you made it like if you had the finger and for example, the outside of the finger coin is made out of copper and the inside is bronze or something, I don't fucking know, and you just cast it out of the outside material, the weight would be different. It wouldn't be much, but it would be different, I think. Different enough to notice, perhaps. Or if you just cut it open or like shaved a little bit off the side, you'd see if the inside coin is there or not. So you could check. So they have to go through all those fucking processes, which would make counterfeiting possible, but hard. Harder. Hard enough to deter, the average Joe, because before that, when they were all made out of the same metal, you could literally just take a bunch of pinky coins and just easily melt them down into thumbs. If you had a mold of the thumb, you could just melt them down. No need to shave things off, no need to separate materials, no need to worry about weight, because it's the same exact material. So this complicates things a little. But again, it would not make it impossible, which means counterfeiting would still be a thing. Obviously, the government would have laws against it as well. If you no shit, obviously the government wouldn't be too happy that people are counterfeiting currencies, so they'd make some laws to be like, well, if you're found out to be counterfeiting currencies, you'd be sent to death or torture or whatever. I don't know the punishment yet. By the way, I haven't thought about what kind of punishment you'd be subject to if you were found out to be counterfeiting currency. I feel like in the times of war and stuff like that and desperation that they are right now, they wouldn't hesitate to do a death sentence for a lot more crimes than before. Like, I feel like it would have shifted, like maybe some crimes that back in the day before the war were fine, like thieving or stealing and stuff like that, are now just dealt with a death sentence, or maybe like a crueler fate, forced to do something for the war like that benefits the war. For example, like you're forced to be a worker first at like some facility, or maybe you're forced to be a mule man and shit like that, just so you know your life at least doesn't go to waste. Have them benefit the war first. But yeah, I feel like a lot of shit would be less tolerated in the war just because it can't be afforded to be tolerated. Like you just have to get rid of that. Like the currency is probably in such a like delicate state already because of the war. You wouldn't want people counterfeiting it at all. So the fucking death sentence, die, kill him. Chopped off fingertips. Well, okay. The one that I thought about that I think is quite. Somebody suggested in the server to use those finger presses, those torture devices that like squeeze your fingers. I elaborated on that, and I suggested, what if they used old versions of the finger molds? Like if they have a bunch of molds used for the production of the finger coins, the government would fashion one of those vices to squeeze your fingers with the mold of the coins, so your fingers would get squeezed into the shape of the currency. Um, which is quite. I think that's pretty metal, you know. So very ironic, or a poetic end to counterfeiters. Yes. Yeah, there you go. Okay, now what we do is we add a star into each of the squares. And obviously, because they're all over the fucking place, it's gonna be fun. And the thing is, like, you don't have to make it perfect if you do this. I'm saying it like it's a tutorial. This is not a tutorial. But it doesn't have to be perfect when I'm doing this, because like the thing is, the fabric's folded to shit anyway, so like any sort of mistakes will be really hard to detect. But I just like trying to at least make it somewhat accurate. There you go. Okay, there you go. Hopefully, I'm worried it's gonna be too messy. I hope it's not gonna be too messy. I think actually, hold on. You know what we might want to do just to maybe make it less of a mess is make the inner circle be just one circle instead of two, just to like. Now let's try two circles. I can always go back if it's not a good question. Wait, what's a good question? Have you thought about resource rarity at all, such as gunpowder? I've thought about it a little bit. Like, with the currency, obviously, like the higher denominations of the coins that used to be gold and silver are melted down for war efforts. But like besides that, I don't really I've not thought about it in depth. When it comes to like scarcities of materials, obviously the obvious ones are there, like food scarcity. Obviously, there's a war. Most of the food goes to the war, so poverty and fucking starvation is quite a common cause of death, just because there's not much food going around. Gunpowder, I don't really think would be necessary to have a shortage of it. Lore wise, I don't see what it would add to the setting. It would just make people shoot less, I guess. Or like I can get it in it with gunpowder. I guess it's more like on the grand scale of things, there's enough gunpowder to go around. But individual soldiers, they would obviously be running out of bullets and their own supplies of gunpowder that they have. So I don't doubt that general soldiers would have to occasionally, after they've run out of their own stock, scavenge for gunpowder and stuff like that, look for places that they can get more gunpowder for their rifles. But besides that, besides food, I don't know what other things would be scarce. Like clothing and armor, those things, they're not really materials, they're more like items, but those are in high demand as well. That's why they, hire rats or send in platoons of soldiers to go and scavenge things and bring them back so they could recycle them. Um, so shit gets reused over and over again, patched up, fixed, and then given to the next generation of soldiers and throw them out into the trenches again. Just because there's a bunch of it out there, and it's better than making more. Another question: you mentioned gold and silver are used for the war effort. Do these metals do anything fancy with magic or alchemy? Maybe you mentioned it, but I can't recall. It's in the magic system videos. The gold and silver and copper uh, are really good at, what's that word? I completely forgot that word. Directing magic, but there's a different conducting. There you go. They're good at conducting magic, in that order. So copper is the worst at it. Well, the worst out of the three. Copper is better than, or to current people's knowledge, it is the third best at conducting magic. Second best is silver, and first best is gold. So gold is really good at conducting magic, and they're used. So silver and gold are used for thimbles and inputs and outputs. Um, Anything that you'd use in spellcasting is most likely made out of silver or gold. But when it comes to like cheaper shit, copper. Um, so that's why they melted down the coins. A lot of it would get lost. Yeah, the sad reality of it is, if you wanted to get like a really deep level of world building into a book, some of it's gonna have to get lost, unless you want to like sit down the reader and have them fucking fall asleep to you telling them about um the grain production of a city that the protagonist walked into for the next few hours. Like you have to sacrifice some of it, but also like with the book and stuff like that, I hope to um the the challenge is, how much of the world's world building can you get through visuals? I can tell you about the world for days on end, but how much of that can I actually squeeze out of just the visuals? You know, how how well can I bring across that Verus is a country that is quite full of themselves, even though they have, great abilities and craftsmanship and shit like that, and they've earned their position that they're in the current era, but they are very much full of themselves and sometimes do things to flaunt their wealth and such just for the sake of doing it. Um, they're up their own ass pretty much. How can I express that in a visual way instead of telling you about it? You know, that's like what I've been trying to do with this project is like the magic system and stuff like that, and everything else is like how much can I squeeze out of it visually? Frill collars, yes. Or for example, with the armor, it's in little hints and stuff like that. The Verusian armor, if you look at it closer, has a lot of bits and pieces of it that are just there because they might have been tradition, or they might have been there as decoration for parades um and but yeah, just for parades or decoration that have sort of been left over, because obviously before the war, soldiers were still a thing, and they probably were decorated and stuff like that for parades and showings of power and stuff like that, which just stuck. Like, there's a lot of bits and pieces of this that don't need to be the case. I don't have it really shown here, but we're gonna get into it. Obviously, the buttons will be quite decorated. Like, they're quite nice, ornate buttons, and they have these nice patterns next to them that run down and around the what the fuck is that? The call? No, not the call. The wrist part of a shirt. What the fuck? I'm forgetting all the words. The wrist part of the shirt. Yeah, like nice patterns running down here, or this like sewn in red like fabric in between the. So here, there's like this red thread that is sewn into the shirt, that goes in and out of it, or like the little hairs that are on the side of the pants, like you see in some cuff, yeah, like run around the cuff, or like these little hairs that are on the side of the socks that are literally sewn onto them. They're not like the straps where you just pull them up and then fold the socks over them. They're sewn onto them, and they don't have any use. They don't. But it's for the sake of showing that Verus has that angle of them where they're like, sometimes they just add shit because they're full of themselves. They just do it because it looks good. And ROM contrasts that by ROM being, they still have like ornate patterns and shit like that, but they're not as full of themselves. Their uniform and the useful parts of them are quite no nonsense. The gambeson like big jacket that they have, that's just it. They don't have any frills or little bits and pieces of decoration or shit like that on it. And when it comes to the patterns of ROM, the patterns are also very straightforward. They're still they still do pattern for the sake of showing off their skill and shit like that, but their patterns is like, oh, this armor is supposed to be sturdy. Let me make a design on the armor that shows how sturdy it is. So put a design of a war boar on it or something like that. But Verus, on the other hand, is like, let me put on the armor, let me put the design of the pillar in the middle, and then two like elegant figures sort of looking up at the pillars, sort of being representing the Verus people pursuing the top of them and shit like that. Like, just so like, God, just get over yourself, fucking, So that's sort of the visual storytelling I try to get into the designs, even though it's like you might not realize it if I don't tell you about it, but it's just nice to put it in there, because if you like go back and look at the designs later, perhaps you see that there's a little more substance to it than just being patterns for pattern's sake or something like that. Yeah. I'm in class right now, can't stay, but I just wanted to tell you that your world building project and everything going on around it has made me fall in love again with art. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Please focus on class. Go. Shoo, shoo. Go to class. Jesus Christ. Don't do what I did. Actually pay attention in school, please. It's more of a personal question, but how old are you? Um, eh. I won't answer that for now. It's not really necessary. How you may have mentioned it already, but will the book have these illustrations? The well, who do you think I am? What the fuck? I good question, but still, I'm an artist at heart. That's the main thing I do is visual art. I'm not a writer. So like the book is an art book. It's mostly going to be illustrations. The writing is there to share the lore and to be a platform for the art. So it's not going to be a novel. It's not going to be fucking written. Um, you know? It's going to mostly be art. A question from Monster Garden. Which which should be the value of 1 mana in the currency of your world? Aside Ratcatcher, would smuggler market for jars with 1 liter of water filled with cheap magic? Hmm. How much is the cost of 1 mana? I mean, that's quite a tough question because you can't really just buy 1 mana. It's always in the form of mana potions. That's the most common way you could purchase an amount of mana. And the cost of a mana potion depends on the state that it's in as well. Like you can get just a blank jar of mana potion, and that would be cheaper than a jar that is or like a vial of mana potion that's used in the war, because the ones that are used in the war, they have a specific type of like corked lid that has a little button at the top that you press down, and it lets like a little grain of salt with mana in it down into the potion, and that's what causes it to go critical and release the mana. So those are like sort of ready-made to release the mana. If you just have mana in water, it's not really that simple to get it out of it, you know? So it really depends. I don't know. I don't know what the cost of 1 mana would be, currency-wise. Do mana potions get stale over time? No, I don't think they would. What does mana taste like in your world, in your eyes? Bitter. I think mana tastes bitter. If you were able to taste mana, it would be sort of bitter. And I feel like it'd have a fizz to it, but like a really slight fizz. Oh, bitter and metallic. Like bitter, metallic, and like there's this sort of popping fizz to it, but not like soda fizz. Like just a slight sort of crackle. Acidic, like a battery acid crackle. Not like I've eaten battery acid, but I've put some batteries on my tongue when I was a kid. And I remember them having some sort of acid crackly feel to them. So that sort of thing as well. Red Bull, yeah, Red Bull. There we go. It's just LA tap water, I guess so. Yeah. If you're asking what a mana potion tastes like, mana potions are inedible. I mean, not inedible. You can technically eat them, but they're salty as fuck. They're really salty. Like, the reason they put salt in it is because, so the measurement, by the way, like the scientific measurement in the world for 1 mana, like what is 1 mana, what quantifies it is that 1 mana is the amount of mana that 1 liter of distilled water can hold at sea level. So water can't actually hold that much mana. A liter of distilled water can hold 1 mana, and then it goes critical and evaporates and releases the mana, all of it. So what you do to increase the max mana saturation of water is you add dilutants to it. Or not dilutants, sorry. You add stuff to it, right? like salt. Salt dissolves in water and it increases the max mana saturation that water can hold. So, but it also slightly increases the difficulty at which mana gets put into the water. So, when it comes to like the process of actually creating a mana potion, what a infusion mage would do, an infusion mage is the types of mages that are that work in if crafting and make potions and stuff like that. They would pretty much get an amount of water in front of them and have these devices. I drew them up in a sketchbook, but I'm not going to pull that up. They have these specific devices that are used to infuse mana and used to take out mana. But they would slowly add mana into water and then also simultaneously start stirring in salt into the water as well, to sort of balance out the efficiency of putting mana into the potion and also the maximum mana that the potion can hold. If you, for example, it's easier to do it that way, or it makes less mana go to waste and it's faster than if you were to put as much salt as you can into water and then start putting mana into it. It would be a lot harder than gradually adding salt, gradually adding mana, and balancing that out. And you can see if you're getting close to the limit by the color that the water is, because obviously mana has a certain type of color, and when there's a high concentration of mana in water, the hue of it starts going red, or it goes orange first and then reddish. So you can sort of tell if you're getting to the maximum saturation. But yeah, they do that over and over again until the water is pretty much full of salt, so it's undrinkable. It's fucking disgusting. But it also has quite a fair amount of mana in it. I had like a whole calculation in like a document somewhere to calculate how much mana the average mana potion had. I think it was like 8 or 9 mana. Or was it 10? It was like 10 or 8 or 10 mana, around that is what the average mana potion has. And then the way that the salt crystals are made. By the way, the reason so any type of crystal and crystalline structures and stuff like that, they can hold mana as well. But so the types of sources that can or vessels for mana that are most commonly used are either salt water for mana potions or types of crystals. So those can hold mana as well, and they can hold a lot more in a small amount of volume compared to mana potions. But the downside of them is it's a lot harder to get mana into them, and it's also a lot harder to get mana out of them. And if you wanted to get mana out of them quickly, you have to destroy them. So to have them be able to be reused, you would either... It's really hard to get mana into them. And then if you want to get it out of them, it's sort of like just drip feeds you mana. So crystals are more used in devices and magic items that require a small amount of mana for a long time. And mana potions are more used for things that require a lot of mana very quickly, because you can release it all very quickly. And crystals can be used for that as well, but it's a waste. You know, it would be quite a waste to have a very precious crystal and just fucking crack it for the sake of one use, then just use mana potions, you know? So they both have their different uses. Infused oil used to be the third option that is now very scarce. Oh, there you go. I just remembered. Yeah, infused oil is also a scarce resource. That basically was the best of both worlds. Infused oil could hold a fuck ton of mana and could be burned off to release that mana, which was the most simple way and the most effective way. So it was one of the best fuel sources that is now no longer produced or can't be produced. And that's why there's like a lot of fighting over it as well. Mana core mentioned. Yes, the mana core. But what was I gonna say? Right. The reason salt crystals are used is because salt crystals are actually quite easy to get mana into. You know why? Why? I'm smiling because like I think this is like a really nice, clever way where the magic system sort of like all sort of layers together and folds together into like a wonderful package that like everything sort of makes sense. You can just make a very salty mana potion and then slowly boil off the water and have the mana be left in the salt crystals that are left after you finish boiling all of the water off. So the crystals that are left over, salt crystals that are left over, just have an amount of mana in them. So you don't even have to infuse salt crystals. You don't have to get a salt crystal and infuse mana into it, because you can just boil off mana potions. And then you take those crystals, and if you have a mana potion that is really high to the max saturation, like it's bright red or something, and it's almost at critical level where it flash boils off and releases all the mana, you can just drop a salt crystal into it with a small amount of mana in it. The salt crystal dissolves, releasing the mana into the water, causing it to go critical, and then it flash boils off and releases the mana into the air. And then when it gets released into the air, you can use, the input that you have on you, for example, if you're a mage, to take in the mana from the air. So that's how mana potions work. Like, oh, I'm so proud of it. I'm very proud of the magic system and like how it all sort of fits nicely together. Right? Crystals, both salt and metal, are exactly that. That is very clever. Yes! Yes, it is! It is very clever. Sorry. You could use it as a mana grenade. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You can use it as a mana grenade. That's how scrolls work. That's how scrolls work. So the thing is, when it comes to scrolls, scroll paper on itself doesn't it doesn't just cast the spell. You have to actually put mana into scroll paper to have it work. So basically what a scroll is literally just a mana potion, a cylindrical mana potion, wrapped in a scroll paper, and when the potion and outside of the potion, like the vial with the mana potion inside, are just salt crystals inside the scroll. So what you just crack it like a glow stick, or there's different methods or different types of scroll. But if you break the bottle and the mana leaks into the rest of the scroll and the salt dissolves, it goes critical and basically releases all the mana. And the scroll takes that, like it gets into the scroll and then casts the spell off the scroll. So it is basically like a magic grenade. It uses the going critical of a potion to the advantage, to its advantage, and uses it to cast the spell off of the scroll. Would a mage make the sword? Yes. The infusion mages that I talked about that infuse potions, those typically also get taught in the way of writing ifs. Because ifs, like writing ifs, is quite a different specialty compared to casting spells. It requires an incredible amount of focus at first. Like first of all, it requires a disgusting amount of focus, because you basically are casting a consistent spell and focus throughout writing the whole fucking scroll. If you mess it up, then the efficiency of the scroll gets messed up, or if you mess it up too much, it literally doesn't work, or it has like some sort of chaotic effect that you didn't intend. So, that's why magic items, by the way, are so rare. Like, obviously you can write ifs on scroll paper, but like I described, or like I explained, scrolls work. The scroll paper gets destroyed in the process of using it, so it's not like reusable. If you wanted to have a magic item, you would have to engrave ifs onto a metal sheet. And obviously, engraving something on a metal sheet takes a lot longer than on a piece of paper. So you have to be focused for a lot longer, and if you mess up, that is something you can't really redo that easily. You have to throw out the whole fucking thing, remelt it, resmelt it, refold it, and flatten it into a new piece of metal so you can try again. So it's just such a nightmare to make like magic items. That's why there's not that many of them. Or they're used for like more big things like cannons, like magical cannons and stuff like that, instead of like magical firearms. Because also just the limitations of area, because like writing ifs, there's a limit to how small you can write ifs, So And for a scroll to be effective, it has to be a fair, like it has to be quite big. So like making an if that's or ifs that's small enough to wrap around a gun somehow, or like in on the inner components of a gun, you could do it. You could make a magic gun, but it wouldn't really be worth it. It'd be a lot more worth it if you were to make bigger scrolls and just use it in a cannon instead. Because it'd be a bigger investment, but a cannon, a magic cannon that could punch through a whole fucking bunker seems a lot more worth it than giving a very valuable magic artifact to one soldier who will most likely die and lose it. What would happen if you turned a bunch of mana salt molten? You'd be able to forge it into a weapon. Could it be used to craft salty mana bullets? Huh. True, you can melt down salt, can't you? Or can you? I completely forgot that you can do that. I don't actually know. I don't know what would happen. Yeah, artillery. Artillery is a thing. Could you make like a super soldier though? Yes, you could technically make a super soldier, yeah. Um a cannon just like the founders intended. It is no longer crystals you melted though. True. Oh yeah, right. I feel like yeah. Good point actually. I feel like you would lose a bunch of the mana, if not all of it, in the process of melting down salt crystals. I feel like it would actually, if it compromises the integrity of the crystal by melting it down, it would probably pop and crackle. Like it'd be like accidentally putting water into an oiled pan, like that kind of shit. So you start melting down a crucible of infused like mana filled salt crystal, and it just starts blowing up in your face, popping like fucking popcorn. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea actually. That's probably what would happen. Imagine your salt licking your mana salt crystal and going absolutely bonkers. Yeah. I mean, it would just. Yeah, I feel like it would just release it. I don't think it'd be too violent of a reaction if it just releases it. Coding enchanted items. Enchanted items, what? In mana conducting materials? Question mark? You'd have to form that more into a question that's actually a question. Because I don't know if you're asking if that's a possibility or if you could do that or what it would do or because I don't know why coding, like what do you mean by coding? Like just dunking a magic item in gold? Because then you just have a piece of scrap. It would just be a it would just be coated in gold, I guess. So what would happen if you got some mana salt into enemies' gunpowder? I don't think much would happen. It would obviously pollute their gunpowder, which means it would make it fire worse and clog up the barrels and shit. But that would sort of happen with anything if you mixed it in with the gunpowder. If you mixed dirt in with the gunpowder, you'd also get that. No. There's no addictive qualities to mana. Or not in that way. Where like adding mana to anything doesn't suddenly make it addictive. When are you releasing your book? When it's done. There would probably be some snobby people adding mana salt into their meal. 100%. 100%. They'll be adding it to their meal and be like, totally, this tastes different, yes. So much better than those poor people and their normal salt. Thank you for the $2, Grizzled. Would sugar work, dissolving and is crystalline shape? Yeah, sugar would work as well. Though I don't think they want to share their sugar. Sugar is a lot nicer. It would make mana potions palatable, actually. That might be interesting. I'd have to look at the... Actually, yeah. You could make sweet as fuck mana potions, I guess. Wait, does that mean that honey would actually be really good at containing mana? Honey would be really good. Huh. Honey never goes bad, too, yeah. Blood honey. Yeah, the blood honey idea. We're sort of thinking the blood honey was like a drug though. Not because of the mana, by the way. The blood honey was not a drug because of the mana. The red color isn't because it's magical. The red color is because I think it was because of the... I don't remember the lore much, but it was just because of the flower that the bees pollinated. Like the flowers they got pollen from makes the honey go red. Unless we want them to be cannibal bees. Or not cannibal bees, flesh-eating bees. That might be fun too. I don't know. I'll have to talk to Shabby and Sadeka about it more. I haven't really... They developed the concept further with like the awesome looking fucking beekeepers like they recently showed me. And those look... God, they look so good. I'm jealous. Because they... You know those old beekeepers that have the basket for the face? That's like how old bee suits worked. They just had a basket that they put their head in for protection against bee bites. And they just iterated on it in such a clever way that honestly, I feel stupid for not thinking about. Just decorate the fucking baskets. So what they just did was just they weaved, like they made the baskets into different shapes, like animal heads and stuff like that. Or they made like a crooked little branch come out of the nose of the basket and make it like a weird Pinocchio looking thing. And it's just such a genius way of... Yeah, hold on, I gotta share this. I don't know if it's in the server. I hope Shabby and Sadek are okay with... I mean, they share all the concepts anyway, so I think it's fine. Yeah. It's so good. It just adds so much personality to the beekeepers, and God. I'm looking for it. Give me just a sec. Here it is. This image. Yeah, look at... Oh, it's so fucking good. Jesus, they use big canvases. Holy shit. So yeah, but look, just have it be a weaved basket. Sorry, it's gonna be a. I'm gonna show you each of them individually. Like, you see those like faces on them, or like little crowns, or like the. This one's my favorite for some reason. It's so minimal, but it just makes weird and freaky. But like, that's genius. Like, who the fuck comes up with this shit? I mean, Shabby and Sadeka do, but like, that's why I'm so happy to have found them through the server, because they started posting fan art, right? And so I had to contact them because the shit they were coming up with was just fucking. It was like so concepts were so good. Yeah, or they just went at it from angles that I don't think about, you know, um, like that, like when sometimes I think about it too narrowly. And I'm like, oh yeah, beekeeper. Let me look up references of what old beekeepers looked like. Okay, they had a basket for a head, and then I just draw a character with a basket on their head, and that's it. But to take that extra step of like, yeah, but we can play around with the basket. Like we can make the basket different shapes. Sometimes I don't think about that, and them coming in and doing that is just like, yeah, of course. Like, why the fuck didn't I think of that? Mike Fowl, thank you for the $2. Appreciate it. Could mages make a living weapon with mana? I can't answer that yet. You gotta Google vulture bees. Yeah, yeah, I know. The ones that make honey out of flesh. I'm gonna go sleep. Bye, y'all. Take care. Take care. Glacial. Take care. Could the ranks for the soldiers be feathers? Somebody has suggested feathers before as decorations, and I was thinking about it at the time, but I've thought about it more a little bit since then. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like feathers isn't really the style for verus, or just for the world in general when it comes to like the soldier uniforms and stuff like that. Feathers is not maybe the way I want to go with it. What time is it in Thailand? Right now it's 4:50 p.m. I think it is. Yeah, it's about to be 5 p.m. How long have I been streaming? Hold on. It's almost 3 hours now. The patterns are starting to be a bit disorienting. Like I'm having trouble finding the center of the fucking squares or where the hell I put them. I left it off. The problem is I went on a tangent and talked too long, and I like lost track of where all the squares are, so now I have to look for them again. Should have finished it first and then went off on a tangent. That would have been better. Yeah, there you go. Now we have to separate the squares into leaves. This, and then also here. Problem is because the pattern's a bit big. We're barely gonna see any of the leaves like fully, or none of them are really gonna be full pattern. It's just gonna be bits and pieces of it, which is fine. Okay, and then there's another corner here, and a flower, and then that. Jesus, it's gonna give me a headache. Does not have to be perfect. It's fine if it isn't. It'll just hurt my feelings. Oh, this is gonna be a mess. Oh boy. I hope it's gonna turn out well. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's one of the squares. Shit. Flower. There, 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 there. Leaves, and then separate that. There you go. And then here's another square I missed. God damn it. That. Hey Monster Garden, love watching your stuff. Thank you. I'm loving this design. God damn. Oh, hello. Hello, Shabby. How's it going? We were talking about your. I don't know how early you just came in. Yeah, we were literally just talking about your fucking concepts. The beekeepers that you did, like with the cool ass masks. Thank you for the $5. Expert craft. For Roos rank symbol, you should use a large scarab shell that's cut into ornate pieces. Different sizes and patterns would show different ranks. I don't see the connection with scarabs. I don't see why it would be scarabs, though. If there was a good reason to have it be scarabs, I could understand, but I have not really thought about verus having any sort of connection to any type of scarab. Doing good, just finished work. Beekeeper, I really like them boys. Yeah, you did a fucking killer job with them, man. There you go. Yeah, it works. It's good enough. And it's the first time trying the new pattern, so it's fine if it's not perfect. Expert, thank you for the additional $2. Also, you should add some music or background noise. Good point. I haven't done that in the past few streams. I don't know why. I'm still like, for some reason I've always been like on the fence when it comes to adding background music to streams or not, because I believe for me at least, the way I enjoy streams is that I have them as background noise, right? And to me, the best stream that or the best streams that I enjoy having as background noise are the ones that are just them talking and no music, which are rare. The reason being is sometimes they just don't listen to music I like, or sometimes I want to listen to my own music. So what I do is I have a stream on with them just talking, and then I have whatever music I want to listen to also on, and it works because they don't got any music on, right? So I don't know. Like, for me, I'd enjoy the stream more if I were a viewer. I'd enjoy the stream more if it didn't have music. You know, because then you can just put whatever music you want on and just assume that it's for the stream. You know, if you want music, you can just put on. You know, so I don't know if other people think that way, but to me, that's the streams I like, because music taste differs. There you go. Okay, yeah, then I'm not by myself on this point. I feel like leaving it no music then is fine. Yeah, perhaps I should put that on the stream somewhere, like just to tell people, just be like, hey, if you want to listen to any music or wonder why the stream doesn't have any music, put on your own music. Not in like an aggressive way, because that can I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to write that to make it sound nice, because when I say it, I can also, of course, be like, yeah, just put on your own music, because that's better. But if I write it, that just sounds aggressive. Put on your own music, bastard. I'll have to add something to it to make it sound nice. Maybe like a little fucking, like this. Just put on your own music, and then just a little this face to dampen the blow. You know, have people know that I don't mean harm. Just add an exclamation point. That'll make it worse, doesn't it? That'd totally make it worse. Say or else. Oh yeah, that's how you get people to calm down. Or else. Woo. That seems actually more threatening for some reason. You either do one or the other, but like together, that's even more threatening. Like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Hey, been creating a world. Been creating a world that got me thinking. Story and world are intertwined. Plus, what? Been crafting a world that got me thinking. Question mark. Story and world are intertwined. Plus, you're amazing at both. Oh, thank you. Thank you. But why not work on the story? Even would have every world has a story. Together it captivates and focus more. True. I mean, like having a very clear story onto who we're following and stuff like that would definitely like make it more captivating. But the thing is, like, I want it to be more like small stories, you know, stories enough to share the world, uh, but not like a grand adventure or something like that, because the world isn't really built for that. It's not built for a grand adventure. This isn't a story of heroes. This is more of a story of a horrible collapsing civilization or two collapsing countries at war. Um, but I don't know. That's the thing with the book as well. Like I'm still uh sort of struggling to think of how the story is going to be told. Because it is like a very hard thing to do. Obviously, I want it to be in the form of excerpts and people's conversations and who the stranger talks to and stuff like that, and be like small little stories in separate parts of the world. Um, and obviously, the art of it is as well. Yes, story is there for the sake of world building to show more of the world, but the art of it is, of course, to make the story not obvious that it's for world building purpose, you know? Like you don't want the story to be it is the story of a dude that guides you through the land and tells you every little detail about it. That would be the most straightforward way to get as much lore out of it as possible, but of course that's the fucking worst one, you know? Like why um a lot and often an excuse that or a good excuse, like a good way that stories make it so you get lore and explanations but still don't make it look sound too off, is put you in the shoes of a character that have come to a foreign land and don't know about the customs or the land or how it works and stuff like that, and then they can have like a very like a sort of guide character that tells them about things, and there's a reason for them to tell you about things because they don't know. But with you know uh with the story and stuff like that, I want like there are stories that I want to explore like properly, have them be interesting stories. Uh but get the lore or the setting of the world from context clues rather than me just sitting you down and telling you about it. That's why I try to get as much out of the visuals as possible. But for example, I wanted to explore the story of Jakob and Rufus and Finn and Henry, the three witch hunters, right? That like go around and hunting witches and stuff like that, and the story they've been through and are going through. Um, I want to give you parts of that, and obviously you get levels of world building from that, from who Jakob was, and obviously them, a few of them having been witch hunters that were a platoon of soldiers put together by Rom. So it gets you to know, oh, there used to be a platoon of soldiers that were witch hunters, but you know what happened to the witch hunters? What blah 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 blah. Blah. You know that's how you get lore. But it's all these small stories, you know, that hopefully slowly make a picture of what the world is. I don't want to do like the world isn't like it's stagnant, yes, but there are things that are constantly moving forward, right? The world there is a story happening, but it's not like a clear, oh, it's one hero pursuing the goal of ending the war. No, it's multiple fights happening at multiple fronts with multiple different moving bits and pieces of them, none of them clear and linear. Because like okay, Ram and Verus both are fighting to gain control over the mana core. You know, they're both doing research into it and trying to figure out what happened and stuff like that. And that's not really a linear story. You might get bits and pieces of it, conversations with different scientists and stuff like that have gone into the mana core and what they've seen, different little excerpts, and also the soldiers that are fighting it, what they've seen. Have they seen little hints and glimpses of things that they weren't supposed to? So it's not like a clear story. It's more like bits and pieces, and have to like make up your own thing of like what's going on, because that's how most stories are done, um, or that's how most stories in the real world happen. In hindsight, we can put together a timeline, but in the moment it's happening. It's quite hectic. Oh, but uh, that makes it so writing stories for the world is actually quite hard because uh, I mean, just writing stories is hard. It's as simple as that. Writing stories is hard. What is the end goal of the stranger? I can't tell you yet. But yeah, also it's the reason I like smaller bits and pieces of story more than like an overarching hero plot or something like that is because the world is supposed to encourage like creativity, and it's not really like I want people to easily be able to think of their own stories in the world and make up their own scenarios and stuff like that. Like sort of like a D&D setting kind of thing. And it's a lot easier to do that when the whole story in its own is made out of little bits and pieces of different things happening in different places. You can very easily imagine something else happening somewhere else, rather than an overarching plot following a hero. And if you're not the hero, you're not important. You know? Hey, Seaman. Hello. That's a corner. So flower goes like that. Um, are you writing a novel, graphic novel, something for the world you're building? No, it's an art book. It's an art book. I definitely have to like make that more clear with like future updates eventually when they happen for the book, because I don't want people to misunderstand the purpose of the book. It is mostly going to be an art book. Uh, well, I want it to be an art book that sort of feels like a journal, like a traveling journal and stuff like that, with the lore given in uh, the form of excerpts from different bits and pieces, rather than just the stranger telling you about them bluntly. You know, but of course that is not easy to do. Logbook Werner journal. I found my great grandpa's World War One journal, where I followed his journey. It was amazing and so informative on World War One. Yep. I feel like though we will have to sacrifice some of the continuity of the journal, because okay, the thing is, I do want to cover like quite a bit of the world, hopefully. Uh, but if we make the journal or the art book be written chronologically by the stranger, right? So he's literally going from place to place and writing about them as he goes through them. If we make the book like that, it wouldn't cover that much, because obviously you wouldn't be jumping from one side of the world to the other. So you would, if he started his journey in the bunker city, like in one of the bunker cities, for example, he'd travel through the war zone. He'd learn or he'd get information about a few things about soldiers and weapons of war and stuff like that, and that would be about it, you know. But I want it to be about Rom, about Verus, about the drills and the center, like the journey to the center of the earth, the Pillarmen and stuff like that, which means it has to jump across a lot, which means the book might need to be sort of like jumbled pieces of different bits instead of like a very cohesive going from one place to another. Okay, there you go. I think that's the pants done. Fun. It was very fun. It took me long enough, 3 hours. Uh, Obviously not of constant drawing, mostly constant blabbering. But happy with how it looks. The new pattern, although I must say this, eh, I I mean it is certainly like a bigger pattern, but there is a downside. Obviously, due to the pattern being bigger, it's harder to tell what the hell the pattern actually is, like per square. But um and also you can't really tell that it's any different from the normal pattern I was using, this one. If I tiled the whole thing with this, or like this, then it would be easier to read, which all of the squares are, and it would sort of look more satisfying maybe, because all of them are like smaller pieces and they are very easily. It's easier to tell that they're clearly repeating. With this, it's a little bit of a mess, isn't it? But I think it's fine enough. I am happy with it. Is the Discord public? Yeah, yeah. Hold on. Let me send me. Let me send you the Discord. Let me send you the Discord. I'll throw it in the chat. Okay. Yeah, I feel like though some of the links are just like out of date and stuff like that. I don't know which ones are. It's hard to like, like how the hell do I go into the comments of each of the YouTube videos to check if the link still works or not? Because I can't even check if the links works or not because I'm in the server. So obviously it's, you know, I don't know how to check that. So some of them probably are don't work anymore. YouTube bio? Does the one in YouTube bio work? Yeah, hold on. Could you not click that one? Or anybody who hasn't joined the server, if you're interested in joining the server, don't click that one. Could you check the one in my bio to see if that one still works? It works. Yes, it still works. Okay, awesome. I'll tell people to do that instead then. Yeah, yeah. There is a Discord link in my bio. Yeah, yeah. I did make it permanent, but sometimes I don't know, sometimes it just stops working. Maybe somebody or I accidentally like refreshed it because you can clear out links that are permanent to make them not work anymore. And sometimes when you clean up the links, because I constantly send them in places because I'm not disciplined and I don't, remember the same links, I just keep making more links and sometimes I clear it out or my mods maybe clear it out and they accidentally clear one out that was supposed to be permanent and then it stops working. Whoops. Um, Microtron or Mictron, thank you for the €2. Appreciate it. Where you got reference? What did you search for? Oh, for the pattern. I mean, this is a bunch of different references, but I'm thinking you're asking about the pattern. Thai patterns. Search up Thai patterns. Thai. Thai. Thailand, the country. They have lots of wonderful patterns that I think are quite underutilized in art. I think like in concept art and stuff like that. I don't often see Thai references of any kind making it into concept art. Occasionally, like rarely, I'll see it, and it'll be a nice little treat. But I feel like it's very underutilized. The patterns are fucking awesome. Yeah, because we got like a bunch of variety as well. I mean, obviously, many different countries' patterns have a lot of variety, but I mean, like, we have, the tileable ones, like these sort of square ones that are used for like pants and cloth to cover large areas in pattern, but then we also have like uh the repeating ones that are used around borders and stuff like that on edges. But then we also have the ones that are like standalone where they're used to decorate spaces that might not fit conventional patterns. Like, for example, if a figure is standing here like this, like some weird pose like that. Yeah, that's a figure like this, and he's holding a sword or something on like a beautiful canvas like that. And you have Thai patterns around the edge. And some Thai traditional drawings, they will fill in all the empty space with pattern work as well. But you have to sort of wing it because these shapes aren't, you can't follow a guide with this. But there are like sort of guiding principles to how it should flow and what comes after what. So you can sort of slowly fill in space. Hold on. My book that I have has like some wonderful examples of this. It's an absolute fucking like the it's both beautiful but also very disorienting, and I think that's the fun of it. Here, I'll take a picture of it and I'll send it into the Discord so you know what I mean. Are you really a giant rat? Hush, hush. Don't. I can neither confirm nor deny if I am a giant rat or not. Okay, I'm gonna send it into the Monster Garden chat. So if anybody's in the server and wants to see what I'm talking about, it's gonna be in the Monster Garden chat. There. That is what I mean. What I mean, like the type of pattern that's just used to fill in empty space. It's very disorienting, but I think it has a beauty to it. Wait, did it actually post or not? Did it just not post? What the fuck? Oh no, it did. There you go. Yeah, you can see there's a consistency to it, like somehow they just figure out how the fuck to fill in all the space. Then it's yeah. I'll have to get to that level eventually because I want to like draw giant murals and stuff for temples and such in the world, and I definitely want them to be in this sort of style. I use Krita. If you're wondering about anything else about the setup, I do have a video that's literally called My Setup, where I tell you everything that I use. Oh, that's weird. Without the stuff, you just see that. That's nice. Okay, I'm gonna write down what I still need to do for this design to finish it. So I can sort of go through it step by step. So I need to pattern. Let's write it in red. Thicker pen. Pattern cuffs. Don't worry about my spelling, by the way. It's good enough. It's good enough for me to understand it, then it's good enough. Pattern cuffs, then look for pouch. Ref. Pattern gun. What else am I missing? Oh, yeah, I have to change the... Okay. Powderhorn clip. What that means, or for me at least, what that means is the corner of the powder horn is at a... It's not at a good angle with the gun. And it makes it look like or it makes it look wrong, like it's a part of the gun somehow. So what I'd want to do is basically just maybe move this a little closer so the gun just blocks this part entirely, or move it further away so that it's disconnected. Because it just doesn't look nice with this sort of connection going on, because it's not connected. Okay, what else do I need? I think after that, that's basically it for the design. If I pattern cuffs, look for pouch reference, pattern gun. I guess the last thing that I could do is make a different version of this. So just add a different layer of it with the hood on, because this guy doesn't have the hood, and most soldiers would have the hood on. So just have like a covering hood like this. Oh, and gas mask, I guess. Gas mask. I haven't added any of the detail to the gas mask. It's hooked into his like shoulder, you know, the shoulder thing with the buttons where you put the ranking and stuff like that on. He has his gas mask hooked into one of those. Why do you prefer Krita over Photoshop? Actually, my setup video explains that as well. It doesn't explain why I prefer it over Photoshop, but it gives you my reason for why I use Krita, because it's the first thing I used. I'm the thing is, like, I'm very much not picky, but also incredibly stubborn as a person. So normally what happens is, if I start doing something one way, I'll just keep doing it that way and make it work somehow. Like when I first started being an artist, like or when I first started digital art, I just looked at the first free program that I could find, and Krita came up as the most recommended. So I was like, fuck it, I'm using Krita. And I've never used any other art program. I've never tried any other art program. Because, like, for me, I have this thing where it's like, if it's working perfectly fine, if I don't feel like anything's missing, and if I've never had any issues with it, or I've found workarounds for any of the issues that I have, then I don't need to try anything else. Because it works. Why would I be looking for anything else if it works? And yeah, you could say, well, if you look for something else, then you might find something that's even better than what you're using right now. But that's where my stubbornness kicks in, and I'm like, yeah, but there's no point. I've used Krita from the start. I don't see anything wrong with it. I can do anything that I need to do with it. So it's like, if I were to go to Photoshop, for example, and I started using Photoshop, there might be things that I find in it where I'm like, oh my god, this is such a great thing. But if I don't move, then none of that will happen, and I'll still be doing art exactly the same, perfectly fine. So why would I? Same with my tablet. My drawing tablet is the first ever drawing tablet I got. The first ever drawing tablet was a gift from a relative who learned that I was doing art, so they bought me like a tablet, and they just bought me like a random, you know, they're not an artist, so they didn't know, so they just bought the first random tablet they found, probably, which is like this, it's a tablet from a company called Oog, UGEE. It's a Chinese company that makes tablets. I've never heard of them before, but it's the first one they bought, and I've used it. There's nothing wrong with it. I've never had any issues with it. Like, literally none. I've had no issues with it. My pen broke in half because it has a cap on top, and the pen use AAA batteries, or I think it's AAA, or maybe quadruple A. I think it's AAA, though. There's a battery inside the fucking pen, and the tip broke off. And what I did was I just used I used a paper clip and a rubber band, because, okay, the tip of the lid of the pen was what had the connection point for the top of the battery to connect to the bottom of the pen. So there's this little metal bit that sticks out to the side, but it doesn't connect to the battery because the top fell off and it broke off. So I just used a paper clip to make that connection and used a rubber band to tie it around there. And then I just adjusted the way I held my pen so that I could still draw with it. And I just kept using that tablet for like, I think it was like for 6 years, 7 years maybe. No, but the thing is, weirdly enough, in my head, for some reason, I don't see that as an issue. No, like, I don't, to me, the pen breaking is not an issue. Because that's like, oh yeah, I can, you know, tie a rubber band around it, put a fucking paperclip on top, and we're good. And it works. And it's worked perfectly fine. Show a photo of this pen? Yeah, the paperclip's gone, but the remnants of the rubber band and the battery's still there. Hold on, I'll show a picture of it. But yeah, and the tablet worked perfectly fine for 6 or 7 years. Then what happened was that the tablet, like something happened with it where a section of the tablet's like area for drawing basically disappeared. So while I was drawing, what would happen was, if this is my canvas, if I was drawing, I would be drawing a line like this, and then it would suddenly jump down, straight line, instantly, and then continue drawing here. So this section of the tablet sort of just disappeared. And so that means it died. It passed away, sadly. So you know what I did? I bought a backup of the same fucking tablet again. Because why would I change it if it's been working perfectly fine? So I just had a backup of the same fucking tablet. um, by the same company. And okay, here it's in Monster Garden, by the way. I'm sending in the beautiful pen. But no, the thing is, they discontinued that original tablet that I had, so I bought the closest thing, which was called a OOG M708 pen tablet, which is pretty much the same tablet, but it does have a different pen, and the pen doesn't have a battery in it, so I can't complain. The pen is, it's I wouldn't say it's better. It's just a pen. It works like a pen. So what's the issue? But yeah, what I'm gonna do is because I got like some money from like donations and stuff like that. I'm probably gonna buy this tablet, the M708, again, and just have that as the next backup. And I'm most likely, but the thing is, I was going to buy like 5 of them. I told my friend, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna buy 5 of the same tablet because I've not found any issues with it. Uh, so I'm just gonna buy 5 and just use them till I die, like till the end of my life. But the issue is, what if their software changes, or like what if OOG like disintegrates as a company and they discontinue it and the software stops working? Then I just have like 3 or 4 remaining tablets just left doing nothing, and I can't use them. So he said that, and I was like, yeah, that's a good point. Okay, I'll just buy 2. So I'm gonna buy 1 or 2 backups. Hopefully the company will last that long, or hopefully the the software won't change too much, so it still works. You're so stubborn. I know. I told you I'm fucking stubborn. This is how I function. It's just like I will use the thing until it fucking disintegrates, or it blows up, and then I will change. But I won't change to something new. I'll change to the same fucking thing again because it's been working fine. So, like, that's what happened with my chair. I had the chair, it literally was falling apart, the back fell off. But it's worked. It's a chair. It's fine. But that's why I had to get a new tablet. They stopped updating the software. Oh, don't say that. That makes me worried. I thought that was like a what if scenario, but it actually fucking happened. Oh no. Oog, you better listen, I'm just gonna buy more and more tablets from Oog so they stay in business. Or no, I'm gonna preach Oog to you guys. When you buy a fucking drawing tablet, you better find Oog so they stay in business, so they don't fucking change shit. They better not change shit while I'm still around. But yeah. Oh, that's not good. They changed the software. Oh no. That can happen. Oh no. I've had the same fucking thing with a chair, but I changed my mind. Well, yeah, I literally just bought a chair yesterday, and you know what? This is a better chair than the last one. But the thing is, I only the okay. Here's the thing. I am stubborn, but not that stubborn. If I buy something and I use it and I do find problems with it, I will use it until it disintegrates, and then I will find something new. Same with the chair. I did buy it until it broke apart, but the thing is, that chair wasn't good. So I did look for a different chair, and I did find a different chair. And you know what? This chair is great. I'm probably gonna buy. I'm, I'm probably gonna buy a backup of this chair when this one breaks. I'll replace it with the same one. I feel bad for your body. You're gonna be 200 years old. Well, what do you mean? I'm just gonna live long as fuck. I mean, I can't complain about that. If my hands still work at 200, I won't be complaining. If something happens, like if arthritis kicks in my old age and I can't fucking draw anymore, I'd be pissed. But if I go to 200 and my hands still fucking work and I can draw, all good, no problems. Backup chair, yeah. What if this chair breaks? But it's a good chair, so I'll just buy the same chair. Draw with your brain. Oh yeah, or I could. I mean, I guess I can like if my hands stop working, I can totally do like I can put the pen in my mouth and like, oh fuck. No, you know what the problem is with that? If if I lose the ability to draw with my hands when I get older, and I use my mouth to draw instead, I will actually have to get a tablet that has a screen, because otherwise I'd have to look down and I can't see what I'm drawing because it's a tablet without a screen. The M708 doesn't have a screen. So I can't fuck. I need to get a different tablet that has a screen to do that. With your mouth? How? There's those. No, have you not seen videos? There's like I don't know, quadriplegic. I think there's paraplegic artists who have like no arms. They either like draw with their feet or some of them like draw with their mouth. Like it totally works. They can do that. Because like if you just keep doing it, I mean, I can totally see you getting enough dexterity with your like mouth and lips to be able to like draw in your fucking head movements and shit. Like I could totally learn to do that if I had to. You know, if I didn't have my hands, I could totally try and figure that out somehow. Get a projector to project the screen onto the tablet. That is okay. That is a level of stubbornness. I maybe as I get older, I'm gonna get even more stubborn, and I'm gonna get to that level where I'm like, I'm using the same tablet. I need a screen tablet. Fuck it. I'm using a projector to project the screen onto the fucking screenless tablet is crazy. That is a crazy level of stubbornness. What that mouth do? Draw. I don't want to live to 200 because I'd need a new tablet. That would never work. Hey, I'd make it work somehow. Okay, so the thing is, um, one thing I'm gonna do pretty soon. Oh, by the way, this is me just we're just talking right now. I'm done with the drawing. I'll do this some other time. We're just talking until the stream ends, or like I'm gonna end it like in a bit. But what I was thinking of doing was I want to like have live streams of me drawing in a sketchbook, because I like drawing on the computer, but when it comes to like looking for ideas and looking for like the brainstorming part, I like drawing in a sketchbook a lot more than drawing on the computer. For some reason, I've just, I got used to that the most, so that's what I like doing the most. It's just the sketchbook tactile feel for ideas. So I thought I would do a stream, like an actual stream, where you see my hands and I draw in my sketchbook. And I can probably stream through my phone. I'd have to do some tests to see if that works. No, it's not as bad as duct taping a GoPro to your forehead. I was gonna do it with my phone, but the issue is, obviously, I'd have to have my phone hovering above my desk a certain amount, but I don't have a stand for it. But what I do have is I have a mic stand for my snowball ice. So I have a bunch of Lego. I was gonna make like a little clamp or something out of Lego that I can attach to my mic stand, so I can use the mic stand as a camera stand as well. Or so I can use the mic arm as a camera arm as well. You know? That might be... I think that might work. I can totally... Because it has like this little slot on the side. I can totally see like putting my phone here and then just making some sort of thing to like hold it in place. I feel motivated to do that actually, so I might, after the stream, I might just go off into the other room, pull out my crate of Legos and start tinkering away. Yeah. I used to, oh my god, this is like ages ago. Ages. As a kid, when I first started off drawing, I wanted to stream. So I streamed on Facebook. In Thailand, Facebook's still a thing, so that is not a weird thing to say, streaming on Facebook. But obviously I didn't have any of the setup, so I streamed through my phone. No, I streamed through a tablet. I had a tablet at the time. I streamed through a tablet, but I had the same dilemma of having to have the tablet like high above the table to show my hands drawing. So what I made was I made a fucking crane out of Lego. It wasn't a good crane, but it was good enough. It had like it was a pretty solid base that had like an adjustable height thing, and I could use some pins, like some X rods to like lock it in place at the height that I needed it. And then it had this big old like arm that came out and reached over to have the camera point downwards. But the issue is obviously the tablet is heavy, so I had to have a fucking counterweight of some books on the other side of the crane. It wasn't perfect because like I wasn't knowledgeable about like, you know, structural integrity. So if I were to remake it now, I totally do like triangle beams. But at the time I just made it like really thick and to try and like counterbalance the bend because it did bend like a little bit. Um but yeah, nowadays if I were to make it, I totally like take inspiration from actual cranes and like do like triangle beams and like some fucking like use some shoestring or maybe some like yarn or something to like make structural beams or structural strings. We should start a GoFundMe for Oog. No, no, I just joke about. I don't actually know if the company's fine or not. I think they are. I mean, they're making good products. I don't see any issues with it. I mean, okay, thing is, this is why I hesitate to recommend things to people, and I hesitate to tell people what I use because I'm not a good reference point. I'm not a good reference point at all for you to decide on what you should buy and what you should use, you know? Because I'm stubborn as shit. So it's not like the thing I'm using is the best thing. It's just the thing I'm having happen to be using. I don't have a good reference point of, yes, I compared it to all the other tablets I've used throughout the years. No, this is the only fucking thing I use. So don't take my word for it being good. It's just that it's the thing I use. Make it a global tablet leader. But yeah. No, because like, yeah. Oog domination. If it's a Chinese company, it's probably state owned. I mean, even if it is like a company outside of China, they probably get Chinese people to make it. Like that's literally everything. I don't. Everything's made in China. What do you mean? This chair I'm sitting in probably is made in China. I bought it in Thailand. It's probably from fucking China. The pens I'm using, everything's from China anyway. Like, you can't do anything about that. Practically speaking, why would you put the gas mask on his shoulder rather than below the face, kind of like a necklace? It would make sense to do that, but it would cover up the chest armor, and the chest armor is already covered up enough, like you barely see the pattern that I'm trying to put on it for all the straps, and I don't want to cover it up anymore. So it's purely for aesthetic reasons, just to show off the design. Because like if we're talking realistically, there'd totally be like a pouch here for like a knife, like a small knife for cutting rope and stuff like that, or maybe another additional pouch here um for like a mana potion or something for the like the mage that is accompanying them, something like that. But they would cover up the armor. It could impede. I mean, yeah, but I mean the whole fucking thing impedes movements. It's not like you're trying to move perfectly fine in this situation. I mean, he's wearing a heavy suit of armor and has a bunch of shit because that's just it's important to have a lot of shit on you in trench warfare. What is that guy based on? What do you mean? Like you mean like the bits and pieces of his clothing? What are they based on? I mean, it's literally just a Frankenstein of like different things. The helmet is like that that helmet, you know, that helmet. The patterns are Thai. The armor, like the chest plate and the armor is this sort of style. The engravings and such being like raised out is like this. The uniform, like the texture of the uniform is literally this guy's clothing. The pants is just Thai pants. The knee wraps and socks, and the hairs on the side of the socks is all from like different pieces of military uniform. Oh, here's the tie pants. The little plume in front here that has the poof of the pants coming out is just this pants that has like these weird bundles in front as well. The mage version of this uniform has like ropes on the side as well. That's just taken from these uniforms that have like these decorative ropes on them. And then the hood that covers everything is literally just this trench cloak. I haven't drawn it yet, but that'll be on top of this. But yeah, like I don't do much. I just put random shit together. It's not like I really reinvent the wheel or anything. Yeah. But I don't limit myself to like a good way to like broaden a design is just to not limit yourself by region because it's a fantasy world. So I don't think about it like, oh, this region, like this country is inspired by Japan, so let me look up all the Japan references to take as inspiration for the designs. No, because that's like it's narrowing down the field of references too much, and it makes things look a little too much the same. You know, if you only use Japanese references, so I don't really like country lock myself. I'm like, oh yeah, Verus is its own country, and I'll take bits and pieces from whatever fucking country I can think of. You know, I'll take some Thai, I'll take some Spain, I'll take some German, English, whatever. Fuck, I don't even know where all these like come from because I don't remember it. I just look at things, and if they look nice, I'll use them. I don't really care about like real world meaning of the things. Like sometimes of course you use it to your advantage in sometimes like context clues can help give insight into what the design is supposed to hint at. Like for example with the early versions of mage, obviously I changed it now, but the earlier versions of mage I intentionally gave them big hats because obviously in the real world mages wear big hats, so it sort of hints at them, oh yeah, that's a magic user, so I wanted to use a big hat. But I don't want anybody looking into it and being like, holy shit, he used, oh my god, he used this uniform from this one specific country as reference. That totally means that Verus is similar to this country. No, no, it is. It doesn't. Don't look too deep into it. That's not what it means. It doesn't mean that at all. You know, like in, sometimes yes, but mostly no. Uh, some people like totally look into it that much, and I really just want to shut that down because I don't uh like oh he used this helmet and that helmet was used by whatever and they did terrible things. I mean, verse is terrible or something. It simplifies things too much. A hidden knife in the shoes. Oh yeah, Rom has that. Rom has like these big old boots that go up to like almost the knee, like they go up to the calf. So they have like their knives and stuff like that tucked into the side of their boot and such. So Rom has like knives in their boots. One knife, preferably. I don't know why you'd have multiple, like just a bouquet of knives coming out of your fucking boots. The shoes look cool. Oh yeah, I didn't like reimagine the shoes at all. It's literally taken from yeah. It's these. That's the shoes. There you go. Done. Hmm. I might want to put buttons on the side like these. Are those buttons? I think those are buttons. I think I want to put buttons on the side like these instead of because like this makes them read a little too much like socks, but they're not really socks. They're sleeves over the leg. I do like the stripes. I'll keep the stripes, but I'll also add like buttons on the side to make it clear that these seem to be able to be taken off in a different way. I mean, they could keep, like, the Chinese butterfly sword in their big old boots. I don't know what the Chinese butterfly sword looks like. They look more like X-shaped knots, but the button could also look good. Wait, yeah, it's annoying because this image isn't really the best to... Maybe it's just decorative. I mean, they're gonna have decorative plumes on the side anyway. I was thinking multiple layers of the hair as well. I might add that in. Yeah, hold on. Let's add color to this. Does the fucking... Ah, yes. We just spent 3 hours on a pattern. Let's sit back and put the colors back on. You can't fucking see it. Ah, work. Well worth the work. Shit. Fuck. Great. Well, we just spent the whole stream working on something that you will see if you zoom in this much. And you can't even tell what fucking pattern it is. Hey, listen, it's for the keen-eyed of us, you know? It's for the keen-eyed of us. Yeah, I mean, maybe the lines are a different... Wait, hold on. Maybe that's the case. We can have the lines be a different color. Uh, Alpha into mask. Let's see. Maybe they're like gold. I mean, if I have to shade it obviously, but like that might be drippy. That might be the big drip we're looking for. I found your channel recently. Great work, man. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad I joined the stream, so when the video comes out, I can know that there's a pattern in there. Sorta hits. Yeah, I think it sorta hits. Hold on, let me do like a blue maybe. Maybe we do like a blue. Nah, no blue, no. Green, just for no reason maybe. Neon green. White might, or like a silver might work as well. No, it contrasts everything else too much. It's got to be like a gold, if anything, because then it fits with the colors of the rest of the uniform. Yeah, I'll have to think. Hold on. Let's try and shade it a little bit just to see if it would do anything. But that means the pattern like fully fucking disappears. Yeah, that just means the pattern disappears in all the crevices. Like that. Well, maybe I can go like even darker. The pattern's gone. It's just gone. And then we can do highlights, like maybe they used like a shinier silk for the gold parts. No, that's too white. Like this. Yeah, yeah. No. Yeah. I don't know. It just makes it even harder to tell. For some reason, that just makes it harder to tell, I think. I think just that. Maybe, hold on, if we add another layer on top of it, maybe. If we duplicate layer. Hold on. Oh yeah, might just want to duplicate it just to make the lines thicker. Because I did draw it very faintly. So just like that. It's a lot easier to tell that there's an actual pattern there now. Yeah. That's good. I think that's good. The gold kind of, yeah, because if I make it gold, it does add to the actual balance of color from afar. You're correct with that. Hold on. Maybe if we just added a black background. Hold on. I might be able to. So, because if I do a selection, select opaque, Control H. Oh, that's so ugly. Why does that look so bad? No. God, enchanted breeches. Yeah, his pants are magical. It's one of the first magic items, magic pants. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Okay, take care. Take care. Yeah, I'm gonna be done for now too. This is the first. It's a 4-hour stream. We've done 4 hours of just talking, babbling. Uh, so I think that's enough. You know, I've talked enough for today. I'll be quiet from for the rest of the day. Is that a mage or just a guy? Oh, it's just a guy. If it's a mage, you'd be able to tell. Hold on here. Let me show you. Um, this guy is the mage. Well, shit, he's covered. Hold on. Let me put this guy into his own layer. Control G. There. That's a mage. And the size comparison to our guy is this. So you can definitely tell the difference between a mage and a normal soldier. Yeah, and I definitely, now that the normal uniform is quite fancy, I definitely want to like make this even fancier, of like decorative, because now we know the precedent, right? This I think it's good that we designed like an average soldier, this guy, because now anything beyond this we can use to our advantage to signify someone being more special. So like the mages and stuff like that, I can just fucking deck out with decorative patterns and shit like that to make it even crazier. Even though this guy is already like very decorated, but that's just, you know, that's just Verus being Verus up their own ass, fucking just being pompous assholes. I mean, they're not. The thing is, like, I don't want. I say that to simplify Verus down into like a quick sentence, but the thing is, like, Verus, it they earned it, you know, like they are a country that prospered due to their fucking brilliance, as in craftsmanship and trade and shit like that. Like, it's not like they just magically became successful. No, they fucking earned it. They were hustling, and now they're fucking like just prospering, and they had so much time to stew in their own in their own fucking, you know, pride, or I don't know. Gold buttons and tussles always do it for me. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. You talk so differently on regular videos and live. Oh yeah. That I get how that might be some a culture shock. A culture shock might be a surprise to some people. I mean, the first thing you'd realize is probably that I'm a lot more jumbled and gibberish in the streams, but also I swear, because, you know, you don't really want that in videos to make them more appealing and stuff like that. But in streams, I sadly can't control it because my normal vocabulary is just filled with swear words. Um, but also just the stream, the videos are fully scripted, like down to the word, because I can't like impromptu tell you about something in a video and make it sound correct. And I have like a very particular way that I want the videos to flow and sound, and that, so that makes it so they sound that way. or I talk that way in the videos. First time I've been able to catch a live. Okay. Okay. What? Thank you, Blues, for the $5. Appreciate it. Your videos have been a major inspiration to start a world building project of my own. Nice, nice. I'm very happy that it did. Wish you the best of luck on your world building project, man. Would mages have massive? Hmm. Now, canned meats. Why would you want to know that? Why would you need to know that? Are you gonna do something with that information now? What do you want to do with that information after I've given it to you? Go on, go on. No. Lore? No. That's for that's for the patrons. Join me. Support me on my Patreon, and then you'll get to find out more details about mages. But no, don't actually don't actually support my Patreon for that. That is not going to be on there. Okay, that is not going to be on there. For the rule, I mean lore. Bro, all of you guys in chat pleading for that information. I can hear your voice like fucking, like SpongeBob trying to resist water. Like, that's what you guys sound like right now in my head. It's like, I need it! Fucking for the fan. No. Are female mages a thing? When it comes to Verus and Ram, no. I don't think they, or I didn't want them to have female mages. Uh, In-world reason being, probably some fucking cultural thing. Out-of-world reason being, I'm not good at drawing women. I'm not good at drawing female bodies. Um, or like I'm not as good as drawing male bodies. Uh, so I just sort of default. I always default to drawing male figures instead, so that's what I did for the mages. But yeah, I mean, if you're thinking about like female mages and stuff, Ritfinch, if you know their YouTube channel, Ritfinch did a video about drawing a mage in my world that is female. So like, if we're thinking about it from a world building perspective, it could be that just culturally in Ram and Verus, it is sort of frowned upon to have female mages, but perhaps there are illegal female mages. I don't know what the punishment would be. I don't think it'd be that extreme, but um, female mages that have gained access to thimbles and the augments somehow and are illegally learning to be a mage. I wonder what the metamorphosis affecting a female body would look like actually. Like if it has any different. I mean, I feel like the general gist of it, the body lengthening and sort of becoming lanky and shit would stay. Um, but like what Ritfinch suggests is that other cultures outside of Ram and Verus might have female mages, and it might be normal for them to have female mages, which I can totally agree with. I'm like, yeah, if there's like other countries, I feel like some of them would totally be like, oh yeah, we have both female mages or male mages, or maybe some countries that only have female mages and no male mages or something like that, you know? Female mages exist. Witch hunters. Mommy witch. God damn it. Are different classes allowed to have families together, politically in world, or are they restricted to keep their species? Species. I mean, I I I don't condone having relations with any different species. Uh, you'd most likely be doing it with humans, preferably. But I feel like it is inevitable in a setting that there is going to be some stuff about like how's that called? Not ranking, status, like status. I don't think it would be like clear rules. I don't think it'd be like, oh yeah, there's the lower class, the middle class, and the higher class, and they can't like it's illegal or something like that. I don't think it's illegal. There's definitely gonna be some like forbidden love stories. Oh no, but we can't. You're a mage, and I'm only a poor peasant clipping coins or something like that. Definitely, like that shit definitely happens. But I mean, just it makes sense that a royal family or a rich family would frown against their children or offspring marrying lower, you know, like that's just bound to happen if you're fucking rich and snobby and you have like a bloodline and like a we are mightier than the average folk, don't marry those cretins, marry Joanne, your nephew. Or not your nephew, well, maybe some families might do that, but you know, like marry other rich families to keep the rich blood going, shit like that. They totally do that. And in my world, yeah, they'd totally fucking do that. I don't see why they wouldn't. Why are people trying to eat the dwarves? People are not trying to eat the dwarves in my world. Just my viewers, you guys, just for some reason want to eat the dwarves. It's really it's messed up. It's fucked up. What's wrong with you people? Came here to see him screw up the patterns and talk about stubborn. What? Dear God, I came here to see him screw up the patterns and talk about stubborn shares, not a Rule 34 stream, but at the same time, I'm not complaining, so God, you fucking. I mean, at this point, it's expected. If you come back to the streams, you know what you're getting into. All stream. Um, are all streams like this at the end? I mean, all streams are just like this. Most streams just consist of me barely drawing and then just babbling on about random shit with the chat. That's just what happens every stream. So if you go into the next one, expect this as well. But yeah, normally at the end of the stream, after I'm like done drawing, which we did barely any of, I just like talk for a little bit, you know, for fun. But yeah, I do think it's enough now, though. It is definitely enough. It's been 4 hours. I do hope all of you enjoyed it. I'm most likely going to be streaming very soon again, and I'll notify everyone ahead of time again. It might be in a different time frame, by the way. This time was quite early, and a lot of people couldn't do it because I streamed from a different time than I normally do. But next time, who knows what time frame it'll be in or what time it'll be? I don't know. But yeah. Thank you for your support, as always. But yeah, take care. Take care. Love you guys.